microphones?
Yeah. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Hello. Thanks for coming in so promptly and taking your seats. We will get going. So a big welcome to this Recharge event, a thriving European batteries ecosystem. My name is Jack Parrick. I'm a Brussels-based news correspondent and presenter. And you'll see quite a lot of me today. I'll be moderating a few of the panels and directing us as we go through the discussions this morning and into this afternoon. I'm really, really honored to have been asked to come and host this event today. As I said, we've got a full day. We've got 4 panels that we'll explain as we go through them. You've seen it on the agenda for the day. During all of them, in fact, you'll be able to drop questions in, drop comments in. You will also have opportunities to raise your hand and ask questions in the room to our panelists. But I'll just, as a bit of housekeeping, say that the Slido is one of the things that we'll be able to use in order to have those comments and those questions. We also have people joining us by live stream, so good morning to all of you as well. You will also be able to drop your questions into the Slido. You can do so by using this QR code, so if you get that up on your device, that will take you to the page. You'll see there's 4 tabs for the 4 of our panels. You can also go to slido.com and put in the number 2179274, and that will take you to the page for today's event, and you'll be able to drop your comments in. We want to hear as much as possible. We want the discussion to be as interactive as possible, and that's a really good way for us to sort of follow what is going on. So Recharge is turning 25 years, as many of you will know, so that's why we're having such a big event here today to to discuss what's going on in the battery industry, to see how Europe can be as competitive as possible. It was established in 1998. I won't go in too much detail into the association. We will hear people from the association who are going to be able to explain that much, much better than I can. So we've got panelists from the Commission, from industry, from the association, from national government. So we've got the full plethora today of everybody who sort of has a stake in this industry, and we'll hear as much as we possibly can. This obviously all comes in the context of the landmark batteries regulation. Many of you will know a lot about that, but we'll hopefully dig in a little bit more about what that means and what the rest of the policy landscape is. But first, to launch our event, we're going to hear from the chair of Recharge, Patrick de Met. Thank you so much for being with us this morning, and we look forward to hearing your opening comments. Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you, Jack, for your introduction. So, first of all, I'd like to say hello to everyone. So welcome to members of parliament or their representatives. Welcome to member state representatives. Welcome to commission members. Welcome to JRC members. Welcome to ECHA members. Welcome to industry, to friends, ladies, gentlemen, welcome. So I would like to go back a little bit in time, go back 5 or 6 years. So most of you will remember that 5 or 6 years ago, there was a big push initiated by the EU institutions in favor of the battery industry. Many tools, many structures, many programs were launched. Some of you remember this was the time when the transition towards electrical mobility was introduced. Programs such as the IPK. The IPKs were those programs where companies could get together and get a special waiver from the Commission to get funding from member states. And 2 very large IPKs were set up, one under the French leadership, one under the German leadership. I believe something like 15 companies joined the first one, and more than 20 companies joined the second one. We had a big section of the Horizon Europe framework program dedicated to batteries. We had something called an ETIP built to help framed the research program for batteries. We have had European EIB funding programs for industry to help them invest and create facilities in Europe. So all of this created a very positive, supportive environment and conducive to industry investment. There are here in the room representatives of many of the companies that actually took advantage of those programs and launched new initiatives. We have, well, I'm not going to give names, but we have, you know who those are. So things looked very, very good. You know, mobility, we all thought mobility would, you know, fall in line with the Paris Agreement, and very soon we would all be driving, you know, how do you say, whizzing around in electrical cars. And we certainly thought that industry would be making a lot of money with all these programs. This was super positive. Now we have to realize that we did start a bit late on some of those programs relative to other parts of the world. And I'd like to quote a little chapter, a little excerpt from a book that I like very much, and I will let you find out what that book is. I won't tell you what it is. Please listen to this little paragraph. No one would have believed in the early days of the 2020s that our small continent was being watched keenly and closely by intelligence as great as ours. However, with infinite complacency, we went to and fro over our little continent about our little affairs, serene in our assurance of our empire over matter. It is curious to recall some of the mental habits of those departed days. So some of you may know this little excerpt from books. So we're being watched, and we're being keenly and closely watched by intelligence as great as ours. The world is changing. The world is changing. The time of 5 or 6 years ago is no longer here. Over where the sun, in the direction of where the sun rises, beyond the Great Plains of Europe, beyond the mountains of Ural, away, beyond the big peaks of the Himalayas. You know, people are there, they're working hard. Early starters have become behemoth. How do you say this word, behemoth? Thank you. A mighty supply chain has emerged from raw materials to cars, and in between, battery makers. And some of them are starting to close the spigot on some of the materials that we need to operate here in Europe. On the other direction, towards the west, when the sun sets, you know, America is always back. America is always great again. America is always first. This will not go away. This will not go away. We have the IRA, we have the pulling out of the WTO, we have all those programs in America that will not go away. In another environment, on the energy planet, what I call the energy planet, we all know the effects of the increase of energy prices on our industry here in Europe. So the environment is not what it was 5 or 6 years ago. You know, industry will not easily make all that good money that we thought we would be making 5 or 6 years ago. So in this new environment that has changed quite a lot since 5 years ago, I think we really have to take a hard look at what we've put in place, the legislative framework, the support programs. We want to make sure that all these initiatives are really built to help us, not to protect us, but to help us help European industry differentiate vis-a-vis this competition. We're not asking for protectionism, we're asking for a framework that allow us to fully differentiate. We have strong values in Europe, social values, we have a good energy system in Europe, we have many positive things, but we need a framework that helps us differentiate from the competition, and that should not be only a burden that falls on our shoulders. And with this, I open the day, and I hope we can find some answers on those challenges that lie ahead for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Patrick. And yeah, I mean, loads of challenges to talk through, lots of people to talk through them today. So we'll try and dig into a lot of that stuff, especially around the global competition. Next, we're going to hear from Virginijus Sinkevičius, who is the European Commissioner for Environment, Oceans and Fisheries. He wasn't able to attend the event this morning in person, but he has recorded us this specific video address. So we will take a look and watch that now.
Dear friends, for a quarter of this century now, Recharge has been consolidating Europe's battery value chain. You have long understood that batteries will power our future, and you are working tirelessly to build that future we need. I'd like to take a moment to look back over recent events. It's now been 6 years since the Commission launched the Batteries Alliance, with the Member States, the European Investment Bank, industry leaders, and the scientific community. And since then, we've seen many good things. 2 important projects of common European interest were approved, bringing together knowledge, expertise, financial resources, and economic actors from across the Union. They are working to overcome market failures and societal challenges, which couldn't otherwise be addressed. They bring together 12 member states and more than 40 companies to advance the manufacture of battery cells. With 6 billion euros public funds and more than 14 billion from the private sector, they cover everything from raw materials to innovation, software for battery management and sustainable recycling. On the research and innovation side, there is also BAT4 EU. It is a co-programmed partnership established under Horizon Europe with funding worth 925 million euros up until 2027. It targets new technologies in battery materials, design and manufacturing, recycling, battery solutions for clean mobility, and stationary energy storage. And in February last year, the European Institute of Innovation and Technology announced the launch of the European Battery Alliance Academy with a budget of 10 million euros. This academy will give thousands of workers the skills they need to help innovative companies become champions on the global stage. We have also seen a major event on the legal front. Earlier this year, the new batteries regulation entered into force. It's our springboard to make batteries sustainable and steer the market towards greater uptake of secondary raw materials. This framework now needs a wide range of secondary legislation. We have every intention of meeting the deadlines with a thorough process of stakeholder consultation. We all want a sustainable battery value chain, but there are challenges on many fronts. Threats to our industry, to our workforce, our competitiveness, and our open strategic autonomy. Europe is doing all it can to boost domestic production, but we will still need battery imports for some time to come. Our market is open for all batteries that meet our standards. That openness is a core value for Europe. But in return, we expect the same market access from other jurisdictions. You can rest assured that the Commission will continue to fight for equal terms. Thank you again for your efforts and your support, and I wish you a very fruitful event.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much to the Commissioner for sending us that video. Again, some of those issues about market access are something that I'm sure we'll be able to dig in a little bit further as we go through our day. Now, the first panel of our event is going to be a discussion between the European Commission and some battery firms that are attending and with us today. So I'd like to invite our speakers up onto the stage. We have Kerstin Jorna, who's a Director General in DG Grow. We have Christoph Gertner, who is the CEO of 4C Power. You're going to sit here, Kerstin, I think, and yeah. Perfect. And Christoph, you'll go there. We also have Olivier Collat, who is the Director of Public Affairs at Blue Solutions, Julia Altenhofer, the Director of EU Public Policy at Northvolt, and Thomas Mertens, who's the Head of Research and Development at Varta. Thank you so much. A round of applause for our panelists. So as I've told you, you've got some microphones. We're going to need to share them as we go through. A reminder to our audience that you can post your comments into the Slido. I'll try and follow them as we go through. But to start the panel, we're going to hear from you, Kerstin, who you're going to lay out a bit of the policy landscape from the European Commission's perspective. What are the global competitiveness challenges for the batteries ecosystem? And how is the Commission responding to these challenges to try and make us as competitive as possible?
Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you for having me. What I wanted to do is to talk a bit about the sun, some clouds, and the weather forecast. So, the sun, ladies and gentlemen, there is a business case for batteries in Europe, and it's there, and it's going to stay. The EU is really well on its way, like the Commissioner said, to achieve its targets. We saw in 2022, we saw the number of gigafactories increase from 26 to 30. The battery production is set to reach almost 500 gigawatt by 2025, and the 1 terawatt we promised ourselves for 2030. And also, if you look at the sales, you know, the demand, the downstream, the sales of battery vehicles increased by 28% from 21 to 22. And with plug-in and hybrids, it's 44% of car sales are actually using batteries. Also, we reached agreement on the battery regulation, which is really the first of its kind globally, and a very powerful tool to determine your market for the future and for the long term. I'm saying that in case there are some investors here, about how batteries have to look, what raw materials they have to include, how they can be recycled. And we have, and we'll probably hear some really interesting examples of scale up. That's the sunshine. Now the clouds. President also already mentioned a number of points, markers here. Production cost, 33% higher in Europe than for Chinese equivalent. And then on the other side, IRA, you already mentioned, 134 billion support to the US industry. So final investment decisions, we didn't see many, like the years before in 2022. According to the latest data that we have, the share of new lithium-ion batteries production capacity dropped. The share in the global share dropped from 41% to 2%. And what we see also is that since mid-2023, forecasts see the US overtaking the 2030 EU battery capacity pipeline. The US added 436 gigawatt, which is an almost 60% increase. And the EU added 25 gigawatt, which is a 3% increase. Of course, the US has to do their catching up, so it's easier for them to generate these big numbers, but you know, they're going. But we also see China. They're expanding their battery production capacity. We expect it to be twice the domestic demand, and you can wonder why. You know, if they don't use it in China, where will they use it? And I have to say, it's a phenomenon we see across the board. Incredible scale up of Chinese industrial capacities, whether it's solar panels, steel, inverters, batteries. And of course there is demand. If you look at the Chinese numbers, demand is coming down or not increasing as it before. Real estate market, which was a big chunk of the Chinese economy, on its belly. So where's this money going? Now it's going in industrial capacity, and it's kind of externalizing the internal demand. So we have to be ready to deal with that. And then at the same time, you know, they're not facilitating our business case by closing the door. Northvolt hasn't seen any graphite for the last 3 years, I think. Now nobody is going to see the graphite. Gallium, germanium also closed. Now you have to have a license to get it, but As far as we know, there's one company only that got a license so far for gallium. So it's not going to be easier. Now comes my weather forecast. And here I want to say, we are in there for the long haul, and I hope you are as well. And as you said, things happen in China, things happen in the US, but, things happen in Europe. And let's keep it at that. So what I want to say is that we will continue to focus and use that market potential that we have in Europe. We're looking at technology. We are looking at next stage batteries, and there were announcements in Japan. But we are also working here, and the Commissioner mentioned the different research elements. We are looking at the whole value chain, Critical Raw Materials Act. For your next gigafactory, it's going to be much more easy with Net Zero Industry Act, because the permitting will come down to months. Or even less. There's the superhighways, because it's not that the US, has this money and there's nothing in Europe. There's money in Europe, but unfortunately, sometimes, it's very difficult to get to it. In the US, you get the cocktail. Here's what you need. In Europe, you have to kind of buy a bottle at different bars to build your project, and that takes a bit of time. It's a bit annoying. We know that. We're trying to improve. Superhighway, you will see this. It's the strategic project certificate, let's call it like that, under Net Zero Industry Act, which will allow the superhighway to national and EU funding. There's the whole skills story, which, by the way, is very relevant also for the US. Skills academies, and I saw fantastic examples also in Munich at the IAA, where actually combustion engine suppliers were changing and were moving into battery, their skilled staff. So this is possible. And then there's the market, and we're as I said, the battery regulation really frames the market. So we're in for the long haul. I hope that will be kind of the quintessence of this conference. And but we shouldn't be naive either. Things are happening elsewhere. But Europe is a great business model. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Kerstin, for those opening comments. Yeah. So the idea of this panel is, obviously we have 4 big battery companies that are up here, and sort of to hear what they make of the current policy landscape, the current situation in Europe. And we're going to start with you, Christoph Gertner from 4C Power. What are your sort of main asks from Brussels right now, and what would allow you to be more competitive in your business?
Yeah, thank you for the question. But actually, before answering that question, I would say I'm pleased to be here today. And because a few years ago, when I was in such kind of meetings, we started our company in 2011. From 2011 to 2017, I was told we are dreamers, but willing to make batteries for electric mobility. We were not dreamers. The Chinese industry actually was way ahead, was already very advanced in what they are doing. And we are making batteries for commercial vehicles mainly. I just would like to remind you that in 2018, we were still dreamers at that time. China reached its peak in converting diesel engines to electric vehicles, as far as buses, for instance, are concerned. So today, it's not the same situation. Today, of course, we're doing a lot. The Commission is doing a lot. All of you here in this room are really investing time, money, energy in converting our industry to decarbonated industry, but we are very late. We are very late, and we need to recognize the fact that people are there, competitors are there, they have established their industry, they've gained the know-how, technology, economies of scale. They have massive subsidies when they extract raw materials, when they make cells, when they make battery systems, when they make vehicles, and when they export. So all along the value chain, they have an advantage, plus the economies of scale. So today, I know the word is not the word you like here, because it's difficult to make it to have an acceptance amongst European countries, to align them all. But we need somehow to protect our companies before we go next stage. We're able to build up our industry, our value chain, and we conquer not just our markets, but the rest of the world. And this is for us the prerequisite. So sorry for jumping into the subject like that.
So this idea of protectionism is I mean, he's right, Kerstin. This idea is something that is perhaps, I mean, the Commission is always nervous to suggest sort of protecting the companies.
First of all,
sorry.
First of all, protectionism. We're not talking about protectionism. Yeah. We're talking about scaling our battery value chain, which is already pretty good. I mean, it's about scaling the innovation. And yes, we need a level playing field. In my team, we're currently introducing the new procedure for foreign subsidy regulation. So when, for example, in public procurement, you get offers that are clearly, extraordinarily low, then you have to look into this. And we're also doing some research at the moment on the wind industry, because if today someone wants to buy a wind turbine, there are some, from China, to say it bluntly, who offer it and you don't have to pay. Pay in 3 years, 5 years, whenever it suits you. I mean, what business model is that? So we have to be more, determined how we want to scale our own companies and create this level playing field for them. And there is a big toolbox. We have a bigger toolbox now that we can use, and foreign subsidy regulation is only one part of it, and we will be very determined to use that one. We also have the battery regulation, which defines what type of battery. When you look at solar panels, we have regulation in the making on forced labor, and we will use these. What we do have to know as policymaker, however, as well, and that's why this event is so great, we need to know, the information from your value chain, also what you observe. Because that real-time knowledge is really important. In the past, we were very much working with photos. So study, photo, okay. Now we have to see the film. And that's why the work in the alliances is giving us totally new insights. Our focus on supply chains, on business cases, is giving us new insights. And you can count on us. We'll use that.
Do you feel that, Christoph, I'll come back to you, do you feel that there is enough of a sort of open discussion between the policymakers and businesses like yours?
Yes, of course, there's discussion. There are big efforts, huge efforts, I would say, in trying to build up the value chain, for sure. Simply the fact is that we are a union. We're not a country, we're a union. So we have to align all 20-plus countries and try to find a compromise amongst countries, which is, of course, an average is not equal to an average solution not equal to a best solution. So that's the difficulty we have. You see, as a company, we are a European company, French company, but our business is very international. And when I say international, I don't mean European. Our business is, stronger today in India, in the US, of course, thanks to IRA, or in China. Our factories in India, in China, in the US supply local markets, all the region. And there we have subsidies, we have support, which allows us to be competitive. In Europe, still not bad, actually, we're the leading company today in Europe, in an emerging market, but it's very difficult. And we know that the regulations which we're trying to put in place today in Europe, because others have worked on that for a long time, they will be the first benefiting from the regulation we implement in Europe, and they will lead in Europe tomorrow. I'm not desperate, huh? I'm just saying it's tougher, much, much more difficult.
Yeah, and it's important to see the reality of exactly where we are and where we want to go. I'll turn now to you, Julia, from Northvolt, the Director of EU Public Policy. Perhaps you can fill us in what your demands are from the EU, from the current regulations, and what would help you to grow and be more competitive.
Sure. Thanks for having me. I think a lot was said already, and I think Kerstin also mentioned that the description of the issue, so the state of the skies is being seen, if I'm to use your example there. So for the weather forecast, the analysis is already there, and it's really great that we get these chances to exchange with each other, and that we also have collecting information, especially looking also for the next commission, already looking ahead. And I think that what you're saying is also right, that the industry, and I think also Commissioner Sinkevičius said it, batteries will power our future. So it's recognized, and now it's just the question of how do we all calibrate everything for it to work. And just as a sort of reminder from our perspective as Northvolt, why it's important to have a local battery industry in Europe, and then it's the 3 points, and I don't think we said them super clearly yet. So security of supply, obviously, and then also sustainability. So that's something Europe is really good at. And by having a focus on sustainability here in Europe, we're not just helping CO2 emissions come down here, but we're also setting a good standard for the world. So that's really important. And then also the competitiveness. I think Patrick alluded to it. The success is not just the success of a company, but it's a success for Europe of having successful employers who then contribute. That talent remains in Europe and has somewhere to go to work for those engineering talents and other talents. So it's just wanted to sort of backtrack onto why we're all here today and why it's so important to talk about it. And then if you describe the different clouds have been mentioned already, and I think that the way forward is really this. The Commission has already started, and we have to give it to you that in that year, since last summer and the IRA presentation, that we have seen a huge amount of initiatives, and the Commission has worked at speeds that probably many didn't think were possible, and there have been lots of initiatives. So in our view, it's just a question of keeping that, keep ahead, so try to get that sunshine to come out as much as possible for this industry to thrive. And when we come to level playing field, for example, sure, NZIA, CRMA, battery regulation, but then it also comes to other things like free trade agreements, partnerships on raw materials to make that, speed that up. And again, we come back to the fact that we're a club, so there are national interests as well that play in, but this is really hugely important for Europe to look at. And when we talk about the battery regulation, great headline targets, but the devil is in the details on how do we implement it? How do we make sure that the rules and the calculation methods are representative and meaningful? And then how do we also ensure that we haven't just created sort of red tape for the local producers who are very close to the competent authorities who will control, but that the imports, for example, are let off more easily. So the direction is there, but it's really more about how do you make it operational? How do you go into the detail? How do you ensure that you have the coherence overall? I could also talk about funding, but we can save that for later in the discussion. But just to say, they're also, great that the TCTF makes it possible at short term to really help this industry kickstart. But in the medium term, it's other things that will be needed in order to ensure the level playing field also within the European Union. But you know that, and it's in all your documents. So it's more a question of, for the sun to come out, let's keep a track of the weather report, and let's, take those clouds one by one to the side.
Kerstin, perhaps you can come in and pick up on some of those points that Julia raised.
Yes, I mean, of course, the word is not binary, it's not good or bad. And in Europe, and I'm grateful for what you said about the 27, of course, it's, tedious work all the time to get them all aligned. But that's also the challenge. And I think it's the strength of Europe as well, because we come up with these ideas nobody else would do. I mean, who has a Green Deal in its law? Nobody. Who has kind of framed the decarbonization and the industry process like we have? No one. Who works on increasing supply and demand at the same time? I mean, for example, what we do in hydrogen, but also on batteries. No one. I mean, the US throws a lot of money out supply. That's interesting. I mean, if I'm looking at my rate of return, of course, I would probably be attracted by this. But, this hydrogen, for example, where does it go? Nowhere. Because they don't have pipelines. They don't have demand actually using it. So, the grass is always greener somewhere else. And it's true, you have to be on it. It's like a marriage. You have to work on it every day. Only we're, 27 here. And I do agree with you, the implementation, not only of the battery regulation, but overall of this new decarbonization framework will be a real challenge. And it will be a real challenge because for 30 years, single market, we've thought in binary fashion, regulation at EU level, implementation at member states level. It's called subsidiarity. And that does not work because member states do it all differently. They don't have the same amount of people. They set different priorities. They are either federal or central. It just doesn't work. And what's worse, it doesn't work between EU policy fields as well. Take customs and market surveillance. The customs guys in boots, they know what they do, one ministry, one line of command. Okay, they can talk to each other. Second line of defense when it comes to compliant products that protect, you have to weed them out because otherwise you kill the business case of the compliant products. So market surveillance, colorful lot, 800 authorities or more, different ministries, they don't speak to each other, they don't speak to the customs anyhow. And then we have legislation that describes, a glass like this in customs language is one thing, in market surveillance language another. And of course they can't talk to each other. So if the customs finds something and says, I want to phone someone market surveillance, they don't know how to phone. We're addressing this now with a customs regulation, and we hope that member states will play ball. We are putting into all our legislations a chapter on implementation, and member states in the council in all these legislation kick it out again. Construction product regulation, just one of these examples. So we need also support to get member states. My dream is to have a European back office, an administrative back office, where the information is exchanged between administrations. You as a company, you put your things in once, this once only, and the rest is back office. And this I see really as a big challenge for the next mandate. The digital product passport is one of these dreams to get going, but if that works out, and I encourage everyone to look into this because we want it user-centric, we want it to be useful for you, but if that comes out, it will be a QR code you read out on a need-to-know basis, whether you're a customs authority, a market surveillance authority, or a consumer. You can look at the supply chain, you can show to your investors also, that's where my supply chains are. So this is the work we will have to do, and that is a challenge, but at least we've recognized the challenge. We'll work on it.
I'm very intrigued into this idea of a back office in the new mandate. It's going to get a lot of resistance from the member states as well, surely, if that comes. Yeah, for sure. Let's turn down the line, and we'll go to Olivier Collat, who's from Blue Solutions. What do you make of what you've heard so far, and what is most important for you and your company?
Thank you. Good morning. So my point will be to work on innovation and to understand how we can increase innovation in the close future. We do think, and I do believe that Europeans did a great job to build a battery ecosystem. So I guess today we have the best research ecosystem, the best academic competencies in the world. And thanks to Horizon program, for example, thanks to different organizations such as BIPA, Recharge, so there is a strong link between industrial and researcher. You help us a lot through different programs such as IPCEA with good results. We have now more than 30 or 40 new gigafactories that are supposed to be built in Europe within 10 years. So it's good. However, we are in a very competitive landscape, and those gigafactories are built with Chinese machinery or Korean machinery, using raw material from China, usually, as you know. And they will build lithium-ion technology, current lithium-ion technology, the same technology than the other countries in Asia, but maybe with a couple or 5 years behind. So it will be very difficult for them to be competitive. So we need to work for the next generation of technology. So for us, Blue Solution, we have chosen not to use this technology, but to work on the lithium metal new generation solid state technology with a focus of breakthrough innovation in terms of performances, in terms of sustainability. We'll be able to provide more than 50% additional energy density. And for those innovation factory, for those innovation enterprise, it's difficult to have funding because IPCE is closed, as you know. So there is a new tools such as TCTF, but there is a cap, so no more than 200 million euros. So could be an issue, you know, only to work on the current technology and then to also focus on the next generation of battery, because those next generation of batteries can be competitive. That, I guess, the only possibilities for us, and I know that everybody is working on that also. We want to be competitive. We want to win. We want to have products able to be sold to our O&M and car manufacturer. So we need to be innovative, and we don't see so far in Europe so many incentives for that. That's my main point. Thank you.
Kerstin, perhaps you can come in on that. I mean, I think what Olivier was talking about there was this need that you were talking about of being in it for the long term, that there's a lot of transitions probably to go through.
I mean, the good thing of being in competition is you have to run. I can say that from my anecdotal evidence of having 4 children and, you know, the positioning, you know, when we open a new teller glass or something. So competition means you have to run faster, you have to be smarter. And we've been very good at that in Europe. Where I do understand is that it's the scale up. And I've been a board member in the EIB, EIF, and also in a venture fund. And it's really the scale up that we are not well organized. Now, if you want the big dream, it's capital market union. Because if you look at decarbonization, it's all about innovation. Batteries or others. And who says innovation says risk. Because, you know, it's new, it hasn't worked. So investors say, and this is something we have to really work on next mandate as well. Capital market union, we must not give up, but we've developed, rather than, you know, giving subsidies to companies, we've now developed with InvestEU the idea of giving guarantees. So you come with your project, we look at the risk, we look at the part that nobody takes, we guarantee it, and then you have the financing. We're also looking at equity. In fact, we run the biggest, with the EIC fund, the biggest publicly owned venture fund in Europe, but that's only the small tickets. So it's on the scale up we have to be better, and that's where I am very, very positive about the alliances, because the alliances creates visibility about supply and demand. And future demand, also for investors to come in there. But well, we must work on it. What we proposed in the revision of the multi-annual financial framework is actually to say we need STEP, we call it STEP, to bring the different financing together and to go to something like a sovereignty fund later, which will help to finance these. But at the moment, member states don't want to give us any money. So it's a lot about leveraging private money as well. And we have to look at innovative models. But I'm very confident we can do that and pull together. Because it's not because the money's not there. It's just sitting in the wrong place.
Really interesting. Okay, we're going to move down to Thomas Mertens from Varta, the head of research and development there. What do you make of what we've heard so far? I know you're very keen on the need for skills in the battery industry in Europe.
That's right. What we have at least is we just get ahead on the field by customer valued innovation, and we have to do our homework for this. When I look back, the situation now looks like a little bit at the early 1970s with the energy crisis. And this boosted highly innovative processes in Europe. And I think we have to do the same. We have to start running, not crying. And this is what we are just doing, generating innovations, getting concepts for the future. But it's not a 100-meter heat, it's a marathon. And if you do a marathon, you need some drinks during the race. And so this is what the support means. We need some kind of skills. We see a dramatic reduced number of students starting technical university studies, and on the other side, the market conditions are not fair, and also the supply chains and the multiple sourcing is very difficult at the moment. We can start our innovations in 2 or 3 product cycle lives more and more, because it's not easy to switch running production to new technology. You will stop it, you will lose lots of money, you have to do it with invest cycles. But coming to these, we need the resources I just mentioned to get there.
How could the Commission help you with that? How could the policies in Brussels improve those circumstances?
I think getting skilled people on board and getting people interested in technical university studies and so on should be a program which can be pushed by the European Union on the one side, also by the different countries. On the other side, I think the market conditions we have been talking here about already, and I think to get the competitiveness in the markets, it has to be fair and not like it is now, that we, if we attend different markets, find competitors which have just better conditions we cannot face. Our job is to reduce cost of energy in production and material cost in sales. There we are working on, but on the other side, we will never get an advantage if we don't get fair competition.
Kerstin.
I mean, we're also working on the energy price and bringing it down long term. That's really what Net Zero Industry Act is about. It's about being able to scale big time the green energies that in the long run will be cheaper and will bring the price down. We just have an agreement, difficult agreement on electricity market design. So I mean, the perspective, I think, also from an investment point of view, is there. Will it be as cheap as in China or the US? We'll see. We'll see. But when it comes to skills, I totally take your point. We're coming up with a package on mobility and labor, which will include something called a talent pool. We also have something which is called a blue card. Now, talent pool and blue card is about third country nationals being able to work in Europe and to attract them. And I've been in blue card #1 discussion. There's already a second version of it. It's terribly difficult because member states, the 27, consider labor markets as their own prerogative. So the idea of thinking the single market with its scale and everything it offers is the thing we can offer, not only a national labor market. This is still, you know, trickling through, not really well with the member states. So I expect a lot of pushback. But we broke one taboo already when there were a lot of Ukrainian refugees after the Russian invasion. And we managed to have a recommendation which member states follow for recognition of diploma of Ukrainian refugees. Member states never, ever before agreed to doing this. And so that's one strand. And then, of course, we have the strand of the academies, the skills academies, in particular on the batteries, which is based on the idea, let's not try to convince 27 reticent ministries to discuss the curricula of, you know, how to be an electrician, and then have a convoluted process to recognize qualification, because that doesn't work. it's too slow. In particular, if you deploy your products across many member states, and increasingly you deploy machinery in any event with the service. So you don't only sell the machine, you also sell the service of the maintenance. And if you then can't go and maintain, that's a problem. So the skills academies, the idea is give only skills. You know, you need someone to install a solar panel. Okay, he needs a bit of roofing. He needs a bit, as a roofer, he needs to know a bit of electricity and a bit, you know, of solar panel. So with that skill, from the skill academy, it's a portable skill. And then if you have your staff, they can move everywhere in Europe. That makes it more attractive to work in Europe. It doesn't mean yet that you will have more people. That point I take. But again, I see member states increasingly change perspective, and they see that it's not about their country, it's about the bigger single market. That's what allows the scale. That will allow a scale like China, but we have to mobilize it. And if you look at the industry strategy, the German industry strategy that was published yesterday or the day before, it very much focuses, you know, okay, Germany, but also the scale of the single market. So that change of perspective I'm very hopeful, will trickle through also in the area of employment eventually.
Yeah. Thanks, Kerstin. Interesting points. And actually, I want to stick with you, Thomas, actually, just to ask about this. What do you do if you lack skills? You just employ people from elsewhere, sponsors their visas to come in, make sure you've got the people, or do you just wait and stop projects?
Waiting is the wrong option.
Exactly.
Because, you only lose time and will get no result. We are talking with universities. We have certain contacts now, but you see the market is very narrow, and if you have some people in interview, you already know there are many other interested companies, and they have the choice. Yeah. And when I talk with universities, they just tell me we get less students for the essential skills we need. This is chemistry, chemical engineering, mechanical engineering, and this is just going back dramatically. And you cannot develop cells with ChatGPT because the result is nothing.
Thank God.
You need just people who can think, who can innovate, and this is Varta has been already innovating for 140 years, and we want to go this way. We want to expand this, and we are now working on cutting-edge technologies for product and production, and our interest is to get the right people there. And also, I want to mention in Europe, we have very good companies which cannot fulfill our requirements. But if you go to Asia, you will never find somebody who is able to get this technology that we need. So we have the potential, but we need also to support those companies to get further development, that we get our requirements.
This is where it comes to sort of information and the EU actually acting more broadly, not just within the batteries industry, not just within these things, but making sure that the education is out there, that young people or people that are trying to transfer their careers see, hey, there's a guaranteed job if I can get there.
For Varta, it's essential. We are not only looking on mobility, we are on stationary storage, we are on medical care, we are also on consumer electronics. So we have a wide field, and we start developing, and we are also adjusting our strategy because of the circumstances we have. But this needs at least a support in certain fields where we have the lack of skills and the market conditions.
Yeah. I want to turn back to you, Christoph, because you mentioned in some of your earlier comments about the American Inflation Reduction Act, which is... It put I'm loath to bring in new analogies. We've had so many, the weather and all of this. But it really did put a sort of cat among the pigeons, as we would say, and caused real problems in Europe. It shook, especially in Brussels, I think, the policy landscape. But for you, you touched on what it means for you. Practically, can you explain to us what the Inflation Reduction Act has done to change your business model and the way you think about your production and your sales?
Very, very simple. We produce a product in our factory in the US. We get a cost. We get a subsidy direct. We reduce the cost of our product. It's very simple. You don't need to go to desk 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You get it directly. It's making it very easy. It's attracting companies, of course. Very much attracting companies. And even to a point where actually you have two things. Actually, when you sell in public markets, you have the Buy American Act. So first thing, you cannot sell if you're not local. And if you do, you're not protected by Buy American Act, you have IRA, of course. And thanks to IRA, not only are we producing in the US for the US, but with significant subsidies, actually, we are producing in the US for South America instead of making it in Europe for South America, for example. So it has a double effect. And we need to find something maybe different because we cannot do exactly the same. I hope we can do the same thing. Maybe it's difficult to do it, but we need to find a solution which is simpler, more direct, more efficient, and which helps us be more competitive locally.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you're a company, so your priority is your bottom lines, right? The money just makes sense. But how does it make you sort of feel that that's the circumstance, that you can't be producing more in Europe in the way that... You would want to do that in that sense?
No, of course we want to do. Actually, we created a factory in Europe, in France, actually in 2018. We were, in our business at least, battery system integration for commercial vehicles, the first company doing that. We did it. Actually, we did literally without subsidies. Because in our engineering field for batteries, there are no subsidies directly. So we did it without subsidies. We do it, we develop our business, but we know that there is a gap. There is a gap. And by the way, there is a gap maybe in production cost, but also a gap in skills. Engineers, actually today engineers, to your point, today we import engineers. We import engineers from
Where are they coming from?
North Africa, Southeast Asia. Or when we cannot import engineers, what do? We set up engineering offices, development offices in India and China. Because they have more engineers, and by the way, it's so much cheaper. So that it's and faster. So it's accelerating our processes. And actually, we use these development offices in these areas to develop products for the European market. It's a chicken egg. I mean, it's a virtuous circle, somehow. No. Same thing for machines. And when we set up production lines, as there was no battery industry for the last 10, 15, 20 years. Actually, when you restart, of course there are some companies now, but there are not enough companies, costs are quite high, lead times are long. So again, you go to China and you buy production lines, cheaper, faster, there. So again, this part of the industry, we have to build it up.
Yeah. Kerstin, what do you make when you hear that I mean, that's very much the reality of what companies are facing right now.
Well, I understand that, of course. This being said, long haul, we have, predictability. We don't depend, on, 5-year election cycle in the same way that you would see it in the US. Because, what happens? Will that stay? Okay, it's good to take, to take the wave now, but how long term is this? In Europe, that's clearer, because in fact our executive, our government, is the aggregate of 27 elections, or 28 if you count the parliament. But so that creates more stability. It may be a bit slower, but it also gives more stability. IRA, what I see is that it's a market potential for the US, but it doesn't mean that companies close shop here and move to the other side. We haven't really seen that. Companies hesitate to do the second and the third investment sometimes, but I mean Europe still is a really, really good market. The skills issue, we have to look at it. But if you look at the last 5 years, who would ever have thought that we would speak about strategic autonomy, that we would have an industrial policy that, like Net Zero Industry Act, that or Critical Raw Materials Act. So there's a shift in attitude, also with the member states, that it's the scale of the single market that will save us all, like it saved us all when we produced the vaccines. for the world, by the way. This shift, I think we should trust that that will come. You know, why is the Commission represented at the table of the G7? Not because we have an army, but because we have this single market, which is an incredibly powerful market. And sometimes we stand, 27 people stand in each other's way, but I do see the shift. So again, long haul. It's maybe not today or tomorrow, and okay, if you're an investor, you're interested in today or tomorrow, but I think you need to have the longer view, and I'm very confident about that.
Yeah. Thanks, Kerstin. I'm going to turn to you, Julia, as well now. We've touched on the IRA, but also the Chinese competition, obviously, and the Chinese are so dominant in this, but resources firstly, but also price and labour market. How do you see that sort of the global competition, and where do you at Norfolk place yourself within it? How do you try and navigate through this?
Thanks. So our business idea is to try to produce batteries in the most sustainable way possible. So that was the first aim, to try to do that, and then to think that there would be a market for that. We know that consumers are also very conscious, at least especially in Europe, and we really tried and are doing our best on a daily basis to just get our carbon footprint down, down, down from the reference that exists today. But if you look at we come back to this level playing field. So if it was just an issue of, okay, Europe was delayed and came into the game later, and if it was just a question of sort of trying to catch up, all other things being equal, that would have worked. Now, there's that situation that we've mentioned here, so I'm not going to repeat all the weather clouds we've talked about today, and I think that we just have to, from our perspective, we just see that Europe needs to keep pushing where it can. So Kerstin brought up, for example, working through the alliances, and I look at ILCA, and that's a really great way, whether it's now through, talking to our industry as Recharge today, or talking to part of our industry then as European Battery Alliance. That's really the key, to really get this intelligence on a fast track of what's happening, because our industry develops also really fast, and changes happen, and one change causes other changes. So keeping this dialogue. And I just wanted to also mention on what Kerstin said about stability. And that's maybe one to sort of ask you to bring with you for your next term, for the next term of the Commission. And it really is that to all the initiatives we've talked about today are great. If they could be faster and deeper, would be even better. But in the sense also, it has to be looked at holistically. It's great that, DG Grow, etc., but there are other departments too. The customs policy plays in. When we talk about the critical raw materials, we're still importing things and paying duties from certain jurisdictions. So it has to be looked at holistically. Or when we're doing, battery regulation, then it's also environmental standards. And also when we look at the raw materials, well, they're also regulated as chemicals sometimes, and looked in those fields. So all of this has to come together. And I think this is really industrial policy for the Green Deal. That has to be, from my perspective, the leitmotif then. And it's all these puzzle pieces. So better and faster, but the direction is there and it's known, and the problem has been described.
It's going to be interesting to see the impetus that runs into the next mandate. I mean, pretty much every different event, if you turn up to in Brussels, whether it's battery industry or something else right now, there's this sort of, what are we going to do? How's this going to work next time? I wonder, Kerstin, if you can talk about that. What are the securities for that stability in the next mandate? Because there may be different political implications and different political circumstances that arise.
True, but I mean, the realization how important the scale of the single market is will only become bigger.
Right.
We will be faced with the implementation also of a huge legal framework. So that's a challenge in itself. Of course, there will be change. There's always change. But I don't think there will be reinvention of the wheel, because this wheel is really running. Yeah. It's working. And as you say, it can work better, it can work faster. I'm personally concerned about the depth of our capital markets and the possibility to leverage private capital. Here, I think we still can be more imaginative, can be better, because the capital is there, just sits on saving accounts.
What's your idea for the best way to do it then? How would you see that? Just through the Capital Markets Union, or if
Well,
that doesn't get done?
You need a de-risking logic. You need to look at risk rather than I need this money and I need that money, and then everybody buckles. And because member states, we have to be clear, they have a kind of COVID hangover. So national budgets, they're kind of exhausted. Still, we share, most of us, a common currency. We need to be, there needs to be some fiscal floor that we respect. So the money, the public money that's available has to be used in, the most efficient way. And it's not efficient if, we have competing the state aid or unlevel state aid field. It's not efficient if, we can only give little sums in different instruments and it doesn't really add up. We have to look at, these long-term investors, the pension funds, they invest. Why don't they invest in the decarbonization? It's too risky according to their guidelines. So there's space. Again, there's not a single one. I'm not Harry Potter thing, but it's seeing the holistic view and seeing it work together, and connecting it back to the business case every time. If I'm doing energy policy or climate policy or competition policy, it still has to go back to the business case. And the business case today in Europe is 24 million companies investing in decarbonizing their operations and finding that new business case, that green business case. So this is really what we have to support and get going, and be innovative about it. And Capital Market Union, yes, please.
The commission, many voices in the commission obviously are very in favour of that moving, but it's been stuck for a while, right? Olivier, I can see you've been scribbling on your pad. I will leave you an opportunity perhaps to respond to what we've been saying, if you have any of the points that you've heard that you'd like to touch on.
As I said, competitiveness is a critical point. And even if you have a good technology, so for example, we signed some contract with BMW, PowerCo, Foxconn, because they told us you have a great technology, the future technology. But they also ask us to be competitive, to provide good prices, and they told us, why don't you build a gigafactory in the US? So by chance, we have a factory already in Canada, so that can help. However, we explain also to them that we believe that in Europe we have a very competitive landscape, however, and we need to rely on the European Commission to help us to make sure that this playing field in Europe will stay good for us, okay? And the European regulation could be good, is good for health, is good to protect customers, to make sure that the battery ecosystem will be attractive. Okay, we need to build clean battery. That's really mandatory. But this regulation must also avoid to be too complex also, with some example in terms of hazardous waste. So if customer come back to us to repair batteries, it's a hazardous waste. So very difficult to manage. Lot of costs, okay? That's one example. There are some other, I don't know where it is somewhere, but so please help us. The regulation is good, but it should be completed. There are some delegated acts to support the industry and not to be against the competitivity of the industry.
Thomas, what about industry sort of leadership as well? This idea that Europe, obviously we have fallen behind, or are struggling perhaps to catch up to the Chinese, for instance.
Others are catching up.
Others are catching up, yeah. But the how do we make sure that we are the leaders stay in that position, move on, both technologically and also in scale?
Regarding to the technology, we have just keep developing innovations which are requested by customers, not for itself, just by the customers. And on the other side, we have to take care about our IP, just to add it, because the problem is if I have IP and I give a set of drawings to a Chinese supplier just to buy some machines, nobody will protect me using this set of drawings and product specifications in China. And we have a high risk to lose, because this is one of the ways they try to catch up to us. And the other point is to the technology, we just try to push the boundaries, what is technology, in view of technology, possible to achieve, because we are really with some products on the edge where even the European suppliers say the specification is too ambitious for us. And there we have to get the wide field where we work together and push ahead this cutting edge.
Kerstin.
Can I make advertising break?
Yes.
So, advertising break number one, unitary patent. It came on stream in June, and it means you have a one-stop shop to get your patent. You don't have to validate it in I don't know how many jurisdictions, and you also have the most state-of-the-art patent jurisdiction in Europe. It's a single jurisdiction, so you litigate. If somebody violates your patent, you litigate only in this specific jurisdiction, which is characterized by a composition of judges, kind of lawyer judges, and technical judges. Nobody else has that, which is fully digital, which is connected, so your European Patent Office files, where you get this single patent, unitary patent, can be pushed through and travel between the court and the patent office. So we've really built a system. It took us 50 years only.
It's quick for me.
Yeah. But now it's on stream, and you can opt into it. You can say, well, okay, I don't care, but you can opt in it. We have for SMEs a funding project that the fees will be refunded for you. You can get automatic translation. So there's a lot of benefits to it. And my advertising break number two is about standards. Because standards have been too much disconnected from the innovation business case. And we've now changed our standards policy to have a more inclusive, a faster standardization process. Of course, we need the experts, but what we're telling all the companies and startups that we're financing is think standard immediately. Because if you have the standard, then you have a market, and then the new investors come in as well. And it allows us also, one European standard bulldozes 27 possible national standards. So if you get that immediately, it means you have immediately a big market. And we're taking up, in particular in the green technology area, with ISO, IEC, we work together. We have collaboration with the Americans through the TTC, for example, charging for trucks. The first time ever, it's a little footnote in the declaration, but it's a revolution. The first time ever the Americans agreed to co-develop a standard in the US, because in the US a completely different system, but to co-develop with us for charging of trucks, which would be rolled out also US-wide, not competing standards. So this is really interesting developments, and I think you need to factor it in particular if you're in this innovation space.
Thanks, Kerstin. We've got some questions from the Slido, which I'd like to bring, but as perhaps expected, they're mainly directed towards you, Kerstin. So would anyone on the panel like to raise something? Is there anything that needs to be brought up before we head on to the questions? Just important to do as we move through. So the first question I'll go to is from Elliot Gorant. I hope I've said your name correctly, from FIPRA. who says, regardless of protectionism, would the Commission be in favour of a Buy European Act to support clean and net zero technologies produced in Europe? I mean, this was to your point, Kerstin. The microphone. You could have done with one of these.
We clearly want to favor made in Europe insofar as it serves our public purpose, public policy goals, in particular on resilience. And that's really the core of the Net Zero Industry Act. The chapter, we have 4 chapters: access to market, which is permitting, access to finance, the superhighway, access to skills, and then access to market. And in access to market, it's really about, the non-price criteria in public procurement. Price is one thing, but the non-price criteria. Public buyers and for auctions, they don't like non-price because, it's fluffy. You can't just, immediately establish what's the best. But we're pushing for, 30% non-price criteria in which resilience criteria, resilience of the supply chain, what happens if I need a spare part, blah, 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 is really, is taken up. It's a revolution. A lot of, very conservative public buyers in the EU are pushing back and telling, their member states, stop this. But we're moving on this. In Critical Raw Materials Act, we also have benchmarks for domestic production, domestic mining, refining, and recycling. This also is a strong signal about, that there are criteria around resilience, around strategic autonomy. There are criteria that suggest you diversify or do it in Europe.
Mm. But it's nowhere near the Buy America Act, right? That promise. Please.
If you start with 30% non-price linked, kind of regulation, or that's a start, yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much to Elliot for that question. We're now going to move on to the next question. This is interesting. It's from Anonymous. But what is the what's up the EU's Commission's sleeve when it comes to market surveillance to ensure battery regulation requirements are met by all? How strict are you going to be?
Does Anonymous want to know, how to prepare? Well, market surveillance we're preparing, and we're preparing the implementing legislation, and we're having, we're organizing kind of a gym for the market surveillance authorities. We, as I said before, it's not only market surveillance, it's customs, because customs is first line of defense, and then comes market surveillance. So we are determined, because, if you have a more expensive production rules in Europe, that's, a business case, because there will be a market. If you then have non-compliant products, they destroy that, who don't respect these rules, that destroys the market. The key in the implementation will be, the carbon footprint, measuring that in a good way. And not only having rules how to measure, but actually measuring it, and we'll make sure that that happens.
Yeah. The final question is from Uni Nissinen, who's going to join us actually on the stage a bit later today. He agrees with you that the IRA might not last when US politics change. I mean, this election next year in the United States is so important for basically everything. But what if it does create a competitive edge that's too difficult to catch up on later? I mean, you touched on that a little bit. But.
I mean, the US is a market, and number one, it's good that they also go for this green, for the greening of the economy. But the EU is also an important market, and we have very impressive supply chains overall. You serve your market as you best can and closest to your customers. And there's a lot of car production, as I also mentioned, in the EU. So if the US, with a TTC and with the discussions, and if there is a possibility to continue this collaboration with the US, having a huge, even, the US and the EU market working together, it's a huge scale. Nobody can match that. So let's let's look at the opportunity in all of this.
Yeah, that's quite a positive message to wrap up our panel on. A huge round of applause, please, for Thomas, Olivier, Kerstin, Christoph, and Julia. Thank you so much for joining me on the panel. I will ask you guys to leave the stage for a second, but I will ask you, everybody in the audience, to stay where you are. We're going to move immediately onto our next panel. I think that was really interesting, a great way to start our event. But I will ask all of the speakers from the next panel to come and join me. I'm going to move down one. I think this is how we need to do it. So we're going to have Henrik Lawson, we're going to have Ségolène Miller, Julian Prussel, Clémence Ciré, and Annemie Turtleboom as well. So those that are doing the presenting should sit on this side so that you can get up to the lectern, I think. Yep. And Henrik, you're going to come and sit on this side. Great to see you. And where's Ségolène? Ah, sorry. Wonderful. So the way that this is going to work is we're going to have input presentations that are going to come from our three esteemed speakers on my left, and then we're going to have sort of institutional reaction from my speakers on my right. Henrik Lawson is the deputy head of the unit in MVB2, Safe and Sustainable Chemicals in the European Commission, and Ségolène Miller is the Councillor of Industry and Innovation in the French Perm Rep to the European Union here in Brussels. So we're going to hear the presentations, and then we're going to get those institutional reactions. And we're going to start with Annemie Turtleboom, who is from the European... I will introduce you guys clearer later. No, please. We'll start with you, Annemie, who's from the European Court of Auditors, who's going to give us a bit of a rundown into their recent report and the insights from it. So please, Annemie, take the lectern.
Hello, everyone. I hope that I will present my presentation at a certain moment, or I do it. Voilà, perfect. So, hello, everyone. Firstly, let me thank Recharge for organizing this event. I think it's very interesting and very enlightening and will give us a lot of insights. I would like to share with you some thoughts about our recent audit we have completed this year. There's a special report on the EU's industrial policy on batteries, where we say a new strategic impetus is needed. I think the EU's institutional perspective on lithium battery production in Europe and why it matters for the European Green Deal and our net zero pathway can inform this debate. So in June, we have published an audit report on the EU's industrial policy on batteries, and in this audit, we assessed whether the Commission has been effective at promoting a European industrial policy on batteries. Now, in particular, we looked at the policy objectives and the interventions tools set out in the 2018 action plan, as well as the progress in its implementation, because it's good to have a plan, but it's even better to have a good implementation. We also reviewed the current and the projected battery production capacity in the EU, together with the risks that may affect it. And lastly, we examined the fund allocation and the results achieved with the EU's financial support. Now, our audit focused on the Commission and its executive agencies, but we also looked at the role of national and regional authorities relevant to the battery value chain, in particular in Germany, Spain, France, Poland, Portugal, and Sweden. So these were the sampled EU countries where we saw on the ground the project with material financial support from the EU budget. We also interviewed the representatives of the industrial companies and research institutions active in this industrial scene. For example, we also received the input via a questionnaire from Recharge, and I would like to thank you very much for giving us your input, and thank you for replying to our questionnaire. Now, before going into our audit findings and conclusions, I would like to explain why we decided to do an audit on this business. Now, first of all, by 2030, the number of electric cars in the EU is supposed to reach close to 30 million. On top of that, By 2035, the sale of new petrol and diesel cars is supposed to be banned completely. In other words, the EU is betting heavily on electric cars. But of course, we need batteries to power them. Batteries are therefore more than just batteries. They are also crucial for the clean energy transition and for making Europe climate neutral by 2050. Now, the Made in Europe batteries are also crucial for the EU's economic sovereignty. That is why in 2018, the European Commission designed batteries as a strategic imperative and launched an action plan aimed at making the EU a global leader in sustainable battery production and use. Now, recent developments could make us hopeful. In 2022, virtually every month, and also in 2023, we received news of another battery gigafactory to be set up in Europe. So the EU seems to be on track to become a global battery powerhouse, but is it really the case? And then we have to say in our audit reports that the odds are not looking that good. Now, despite the European Commission's goodwill and efforts, there are some very significant hurdles to overcome before the EU can reach its ambitions. So I will present you now our 5 main findings in our report. The first is, of course, the access to the raw materials. That remains a major strategic challenge for the EU's battery value chain. When we started our audit, the first thing we saw was the fact that our supply of raw materials is highly concentrated on imports from a few countries. For the 5 key materials, the EU's import reliance was on average 78%. For example, as you can see on the graph on the left, 68% of the raw cobalt is coming from the Democratic Republic of Congo, 40% of natural graphite from China. Also, the reliance for refined materials is high, that you can see in the graph on the right. For refined lithium in particular, the EU is entirely dependent on imports. This dependency is all the more a concern as some of the main EU suppliers are associated with what we call low governance indicators. So not always very stable governments and geopolitical risks. Now, despite ongoing negotiations and some strategic partnerships, the EU doesn't have free trade agreements with the largest global producers, in particular China and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Now, the growing demand is also aggravating this dependency. Therefore, the EU will probably face a looming shortage of raw materials. Now, one could say, is extracting raw materials available within the EU an option? Well, the supply is limited, is rigid, and as you need permits from the local authorities, it takes on average between 12 and 16 years before the discovery and the first production. For example, in Portugal, the largest known reserves of lithium in the EU, authorities do not expect exploitation to begin before 2025. To sum up, the EU must not end up in the same dependent position with batteries as it did with natural gas from Russia. That is at least something what we think as a European Court of Auditors. Second finding is the cost competitiveness. Currently, China is the world's largest producer with 76% of the global capacity. Only 7% of the global capacity is produced within Europe, but the vast majority of the production within Europe is from South Korean companies. And so it is true that the battery production capacity in Europe is actually developing quite rapidly. There's a potential to grow enough to satisfy the demand by 2025, but the projections for 2023, which you can see on the slide, are highly hypothetical as external factors may still reverse investment planned by private companies. I also give the example what we wrote in our report on the cost of the EU batteries, that is still high in the EU. And the estimated cost of a battery was 200 euros per kilowatt hour in 2020, so more than the double than the 90 euros envisaged for 2022. Now, we all know that the cost of a battery can account up to 40% of the cost of an electric car, so hence the higher production cost within the EU could make European electric cars more expensive than cars coming from outside Europe and therefore unaffordable to the larger population. This would in turn slow down investments. So in the race for investment, the EU faces hard competition for other regions. Already in the first panel was talking about the IRA in the US and competitive from the US. Because there is a direct subsidy, it has been said in the first panel, so which means that companies may favor other world regions to the detriment of the European automotive industry and the workforce. Our third and fourth finding is that the European Commission is actually currently working with outdated and incomplete data. And we found that a quite shaky basis to build EU's future of batteries on. The Commission monitoring of battery production in the EU is, for example, although the critical raw materials assessment updated in 2023 is still based on old data, for some aspects even data from 2016. These shortcomings and the lack of quantified targets make it very difficult for the Commission to monitor the EU's competitiveness and the balance between the supply and the demand. A fourth finding is the important public funding for the battery supply chain, but that is actually insufficiently coordinated. So, complementing the national public funding, the EU offers important and a quite diversified portfolio of funding to support the battery research and manufacturing projects, mainly research projects. But there is a lack of an overview of the total public support given to the battery industry, which makes it, of course, difficult to properly coordinate and target this funding. To make the matters worse, and I don't want to be too pessimistic, but okay, we are a court of auditors, so we always highlight what can be better, but then we come with recommendations just to improve the situation. The rules for each funding stream are so broad that overlaps also can happen between them. Now, in the meantime, access to funding takes long and varies also across the member states. For example, for the important projects of common European interest, the financial support depends on the location of the investment, meaning that there is actually no level playing field in accessing the public funding. And also 3 countries, Germany, France and Italy, account for more than 83% of the state aid that is authorized. Also the whole process from the launch of national calls to the effective granting of the EU funds can last up to 3.5 years, which is quite a long period. Now, last point on this fourth finding is the technological roadmap, which is not systematically used as criteria for EU funding awards, but other considerations took precedence. This means that EU support is allocated over a wide range of projects, which do not always contribute to the EU's technological roadmap. Now, our last finding is that the European Commission really did its homework. We are quite positive in our report about the work of the European Commission, but then we also say, but what about the maths? Because despite the mentioned shortcomings, the Commission's actions have so far contributed to increasing the battery production in the EU quite quickly. The Commission largely delivered the most significant elements of its action plan. For example, it made a legislative proposal for new regulation on batteries. Among others, this proposal sets new targets for recycling and will probably have a positive effect. Now, this proposal was also finally adopted by the European Parliament and the Council and is published at the end of July 2023. Now, many of its important features, for example, the carbon footprint declaration and the thresholds, still depend on implementing acts by the Commission and will probably be felt only as from 2025 onwards. The Commission also increased the financial support for research, innovation and manufacturing projects. So to conclude my presentation, it's all very well to have action plans, to have proposed regulations, to have a lot of initiatives in place to achieve the EU's green ambitions when it comes to electrifying the mobility. It's good that Europe has this ambition to become a global battery powerhouse, to ensure also its economic sovereignty. But will it succeed? Well, our finding is mainly that we say either the EU will miss its 2035 zero emission goal, or it will reach this target through imported batteries and imported electric cars. This could harm, of course, the European industry and comes also with a price, and maybe a high price, on the dependency of third countries. Now, based on these findings, we did some recommendations to the Commission. We asked, for example, that they update the strategic action plan on batteries with a particular focus on securing the access to the raw materials. We also asked to strengthen the monitoring with regular, up-to-date and comprehensive data. It's not okay that you work with outdated data. We also asked to improve the overview of the EU funding so that it's better targeted. We asked also a better coordination of the EU funding, and last but not least, we would also like that all participants in the important projects of common European interest, that they have a same level of playing field in accessing to the public financial support. That was our finding based on the facts and the figures. We, as a Court of Auditors, you base yourself on facts and figures. The message is not always the best one, but it's a message just to improve the situation and to be sure that we can meet this 2035 goal and the climate neutrality with the large ambition that Europe has on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Annemie. Perhaps a few clouds brought in there. Now we're gonna allow the Commission and also the French Perm Rep to respond, and also we'll have some responses from you as well. The microphone that you'll use is now in front of you. Henrik, not all of that felt so great, but perhaps you can explain whether you think that there's enough change coming that's gonna sort of change the Court of Auditors' mind in the future. Is that one working? Yeah, it's on there.
Okay, I tried.
There you go.
Yeah, it's better. Actually, I had preferred without the mic because I don't have much reassurances to bring for the reason that I'm coming from the angle of European chemicals legislation.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to notice that it's not listed as an impediment for investment.
Yeah, you got away with that actually.
Battery technology. I'm sure it will come later in the debate. So I actually prefer not to comment because these concern policies that I am not so familiar with. So apologies for that.
But it also just does make it sort of. I mean, Kerstin probably from the earlier panel would have maybe been able to speak more openly about this, but obviously timings and stuff. But those things are concerning, what the Court of Auditors is saying. Do you presumably see within the discussions in the Commission that you're involved in an understanding of a need to change from that report?
Well, it's an important signal that we can see that even though we have good intentions, even though we have delivered all the right instruments, the combined effect of these are not fully coming to fruition because there are other impediments at stake. And I think, for example, the way the European funding system is operating, which have many good reasons for being so thorough, if I may say so, in its processes, in order to, for example, avoid fraud, comes at a price that it's not as agile as we want it to be, and today's political situation requires more agile action than perhaps was required 10 years ago. But apart from these generalities, I'm not in a position to,
I understand.
comment.
There will be things that you'll be able to pick up on more specifically, as we've said. Segal Len, I've left you a microphone here as well. There's one. Okay.
What did you make of that presentation? What's your feelings about the report?
Thank you very much for inviting me. And maybe 3 quick reactions. And thanks for the presentation. It was very, very interesting. The first one, the first slide that I really liked was the slide on the data, because it's not something that we really mention really often. Is the importance of data and evidenced in our policy making. So this is indeed a crucial point, and this is also the reason why in France we created last year we strengthened a bit our effort, stepped up the effort by with the OFREMI, which is an observatory which works very closely with the GRC. So this accumulation of data is super important for the benchmarks and all the objectives that we are negotiating right now. So this is the first reaction. Also, the last slide was very, how do you say, it shows how trendy is this topic and all the initiatives that have been pushed by the Commission, and it's not over. As you said, there will be other texts coming into play in the coming months, and so yeah, it's a very important moment right now, and yeah, also the remark on the coordination of how we make investment more visible and how we make this investment ecosystem easier for the investors to operate in the EU. This is one of the crucial takeaways I would keep. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ségolène. Just in the interest of time, we're going to move on to the next presentations. We'll have a bit of a panel discussion. A reminder that if you're using Slido, please move on to the second room, the second sort of debate. There's a tab and you can move down and put your questions in there. We will also have the possibility for some questions on the microphone from the room. But he's up there already for us. Julian Prussel from BASF is going to give us our next presentation that we will get some reactions to. Julian, thanks so much for being with us today.
Thank you so much, and thanks a lot for the invite here. Well, we had a perfect problem statement in the introduction by Patrick. Thank you so much for that. It was a perfect problem statement for the entire industry, and my pitch is to bring that one a little bit towards the recycling industry to show what is a problem statement for the recycling industry. In order to do that, for those who are not super familiar and in-depth with the topic, let me introduce a little bit the background of what we're talking about. So when we saw the presentation before mine, you could see there were 5 materials which were considered to be critical, and 4 out of these 5 materials go into the so-called cathode active material, which is a key component in a battery. And such kind of cathode active materials, they produce a CO2 footprint. Of course, it's not nice to try to reduce CO2 footprints with the cars, with the engines on the street, whilst you're having a super high CO2 footprint in the battery itself, which is created during the production of the battery. And one key aim of doing recycling is to reduce CO2 footprint. It's depending on the source of the virgin material, and here you can see numbers which we calculated with our methodology, as EU methodology is not yet agreed, seeing that for the production of 1 kilogram of this cathode active material, you're producing, of an equivalent of 1 kilowatt hour, you're producing in the order between 40 and 65 KT of CO2 for this cathode active material. And if you that's a standard, what you can see in the market right now. If you're then moving this towards more sustainable sources with better technologies, so the best-in-class stuff, you can reduce it approximately with a factor of 2. But you can achieve another factor of 3 of a reduction if you move to recycling, and if you base the entire topics about CO2 neutral energies, which could be green energies or nuclear energy. Thank you. For those who have been in Valencia, you know what I'm talking about. Well, another part of the problem statement is that this is only possible on a regional basis, on a European basis, based on sustainable investments, which we consider based on third-party sources to be in the order of 10 billion euros within the next 12 years. That would be the full potential. I consider this number to be relatively conservative. It's based on market studies, could be even bigger. And that means that this entire amount of money which we want to leverage here needs to be de-risked, as Kerstin highlighted as a key problem which we're having right now. So the feed to this material, to these recycling plants, is a so-called black mass, and I'm going to elaborate a little bit more on that. The black mass equivalents are going to be 7 times higher compared to what we're expecting for 2025, and that's basically the feed stream for this entire recycling industry. If we leverage that, we have the potential of roughly 30% of all these materials to come from recycling in 2035. So it's a huge opportunity, but the problem is a de-risking. And we have been talking a lot about subsidiaries. Subsidiaries may help to reduce your invest burden, but the key problem is how can we make sure that this feed stream is secured? Today it's an uncontrolled feed stream. It occurs when your car is brought to a scrapyard. There is where it's popping up. And most of the material today goes to Asia, where the recycling facilities are located. Sidetracking. If you look for export statistics and import statistics of the related countries, you can see a lot of battery scrap and black mass being exported right now with a huge peak correlated to lithium prices, by the way, from specific countries in Europe, particularly from Hungary and Poland, going to Korea. And interestingly, even though it's declared as scrap and waste, to non-OECD countries like Singapore and Malaysia, which means that they're evidently not declared as hazardous. I think that's my first pitch to the EU Commission. You did a great job. I cannot subscribe more to what you said in regards to creating a framework which allows us to do investments, but now we need to make sure that we're creating an environment which is allowing a de-risking of this industry, and that means you have to go after the people who export stuff, publicly available information, to countries where they are supposedly not to be exported if it's hazardous. Another key topic is potentially to declare the black mass as hazardous waste. What is this black mass thing? I'm going to deep dive a little bit on technology here. So you have an end-of-life battery, then it typically goes through a mechanical treatment, and you're creating the so-called black mass, and then it's treated either in a hydro process or in a pyro process. You potentially get intermediates, and then you get another hydro step in both cases, and then you're creating these materials which we have been seeing in the previous presentations, so cobalt, lithium, manganese, and nickel. And this black mass is currently debated to be declared as a hazardous waste in entire EU. It's already in some of the countries declared as a hazardous waste, and then you cannot export it to non-OECD countries. But declaring it everywhere as a hazardous waste would be a huge move towards reducing the drain of these materials and allowing to create an environment in Europe which allows such kind of huge investments, which I showed you in the first pages. If we're now looking into the intermediates, that could still be a way out. Excuse me. That could still be a way out of materials. So it's more to come. And if you look into this intermediate black mass, I already said that's a huge subject of fraud in the future. So we have to make sure that this stuff is well observed and well chased thereafter. Today, as I said, majority of the recycling facilities are in Southeast Asia, Korea, and mainly China. By the way, another nice thing, I heard about a guy who's been arrested in China because they're not supposed to import hazardous waste like black mass to die, and they just mix it with another intermediate for batteries, so-called PCAM, and they got caught because they found lithium, which is supposedly not to be in the PCAM. So even there, you see people will try to abuse the system and cheat the system by mixing stuff, declaring it differently, calling it cobalt concentrate or stuff like that. So you have to really understand what's going on in order to understand what is exported there. And I really highly encourage people to look in deeper into that. Non-OECD countries is still pretty broad. US, black mass is not declared as hazardous waste, so there could be a renomination there to be product and then move it out to Southeast Asia. I don't want to give here a guideline how to abuse the system. I just want to give you the hint that there's much more to come in order to really make this market a market which is self-sustaining and which is de-risked. Because the biggest risk, in our opinion, is that the materials will move out of Europe continuous basis, and that we will not have the economic justification of a recycling facility in Europe. Not a single one of this 10 billion investment potential. So, looking very much forward to your feedbacks.
Yeah, thank you so much, Julian. That was really interesting. Thank you. Round of applause. Henrik, please, your reactions to this, to the black mass, to specifications and denominations.
Yeah, thank you. It seems that I have to answer to all the questions that I don't know the answers to. But I can give some general remarks, perhaps not from my current position, but in my previous position, also in the Commission. First, I have to say, as a personal remark, that it's not so often I participate in any gatherings where I hear a call from industry to actually actively classify waste as hazardous waste. It tends to be the other way around. It is quite clear that even the best rules in the world have no meaning if they're not really properly policed and enforced on the ground. And I think it's quite clear that in areas where there is a probability of earning a good amount of money, the incentives to undercut the rules will always be in place. And we have seen that environmental criminality is one of the biggest crimes measured in value worldwide. Drugs still is the biggest market, but environmental crimes are also quite significant, and that's the reason why this Commission came out with a proposal to very substantially upgrade the EU criminal law on environmental crimes, and that directive is still in the negotiations, but for as far as I'm informed, it's nearing the end of the negotiations, and that will mean that in the future, these type of activities with some likelihood, I can't speak about the concrete cases, of course, would, instead of being under administrative law, it could be under criminal law, and then the perpetrators will face a significant different level of possible penalties for their activities, and also the gains will be held by the public authorities. Plus, you can actually be imprisoned for quite a long time. So I think it's not something that will act here and now, but it's something, once it's in place, will certainly help to give the police and the authorities the right tools to far better deal with these type of cases.
Thank you, Henrik. I know it's difficult for you, but you're doing a wonderful job. Segelen, let's move down to you. What did you make of that? I mean, for me that was quite stark, Julian, to see what was presented there.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. It was very interesting, and it's well, it's a discussion that we had during the negotiation of the CRMA, so the Critical Raw Materials Act, where we as France tried to push for this idea of preventing leakage of waste, which is an ecological and economical nonsense today. And indeed, there is also, when we look at the EU industry in the recycling sector, As you mentioned, there is a push to do more, to be more ambitious, and we understand why, especially when we see that today the savoir-faire of recycling, which is very technical, is not yet strengthened enough here in Europe. So there is this ambition that we try to push in the negotiation, and yeah, it's not over, but it's top on our agenda as well.
Thanks, Egelin. We are running low on time, so I'm going to immediately invite Clément Siré, who's the chemicals management leader at Recharge and also the corporate eco-design manager at SAFT, for your presentation, and then we'll get a bit more reaction from everyone. Thanks for being with us.
Okay, so we will move to chemicals management, and you will be able to answer to some points. Okay. So with the European regulatory discussions, so both with the Green Deal, with the chemicals strategy for sustainability towards a toxic-free environment, we see more or less a focus on hazard, because in which we add substances of very high concern, and we have been dealing with that since the beginning of which, mainly the 15 years. And now come also the most harmful chemicals and the substances of concern. So we see really a large focus on hazard. And it's not a breaking news, but everyone has to remember that all battery technologies incorporate some hazardous substances. However, no chemical risk arises from the use of these batteries. So for us, it is really important to keep in mind that you have both the substances, some of them may be hazardous, and these, during the battery production, we are using active substances with additive, binder, conductors. All that is embedded in an electrode, so with a mechanical substrate to form the electrodes. Then these electrodes are further assembled with other battery components such as separator, electrolyte, connectors, and casing in order to obtain a finished battery, under which is defined as an article. And the batteries are meeting the rich definition of article with no intended release. And for us, it's important to highlight that, because no end user of the batteries will be exposed to any chemical substances under normal and reasonably foreseeable conditions of battery use. So for us, the main focus has not to be on hazard, but on risk management. And it's something that we do not see in the chemical strategy for sustainability. And as we are speaking about the manufacturing of battery, I will take the case of the PFAS restrictions that everybody knows, of course. So in the recharge technical answer to the ECA public consultations, we made a mapping of where the PFAS are used. Some PFAS are really toxic, and some risks are clearly identified, but this type of PFAS are already restricted, under which the new universal PFAS restrictions deals also with substances which are not hazardous at all. And you can find in the battery different PFAS used, both in the binder, either for the cathode or for the anode, for the separator, for gasket, for electrolyte. So a lot of part of the battery may contain PFAS, but we do not believe that there is a risk arising from the use of PFAS in batteries. And some recharge members made voluntary PFAS measurements during battery manufacturing. It's not mandatory at all for the moment, but we thought it was important to also check that there was no emissions to the environment for battery manufacturing. And that's the conclusion that we have submitted during the second answer from Recharge to the ECA public consultations last August. It shows that there is no detectable emissions of PFAS to the environment during the battery manufacturing. So, what is the conclusion of all that? We believe that PFAS use in battery do not pose any unacceptable risk at EU-wide level. And I will quote again Commissioner Sinkevičius this morning, batteries will power our future. So we know that battery will be really important, and I will also quote two other important people. So Marcos Šefčovič also said that batteries are clearly necessary for achieving our green goals. And also Kerstin Jorna said that batteries are critical for sustainable mobility and for the green transition. So we do not see a lot of coherence of the chemicals management on one side and on the EU Green Deal objectives on the other end. And we really believe that the ECA PFAS restriction proposal is creating a very high uncertainty for the battery value chain industry, and it is diverting forecasted growth and investment away from the EU. And this forecasted growth and investment are now really under jeopardy. So it is difficult as battery industry and for the battery value chain to see the predictability and the efficiency of the final restrictions and when we will have the final decisions. So it's not really coherent with the need and the fact that we know that batteries will power our future. So again, to stress the need of legislative coherence and predictability for the future of European batteries, we would like to insist on the fact that for chemicals used in batteries, targeted risk management is key, rather than looking only at the hazard of the substances which may be used during battery manufacturing. Most of the time, it's only workplace exposure. So for workplace risk, OSH legislation ensures workers' protections from exposure to chemicals. The coherence is needed between the chemicals management legislations and, of course, the EU Green Deal objective. And predictability is really paramount in order to have the investment of the battery value chain in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Should we start with you, Segalen? Let's go to you first. I mean, this is one of the really complex issues in the battery industry when it comes to the legislative process right now.
Indeed. Yeah. Well, I think pass directly the mic to my colleague. But thanks for the presentation.
Thank you, Henrik.
Yes, thank you. I wish I had used the same approach to the previous two questions.
Yeah.
Well, this one I can't escape.
Yeah.
And I also think it's important in this forum to perhaps clarify some perceptions that also came out from this presentation, and we hear, if not on a daily basis, then at least with very high frequency. There is no drive in the legislation to go with what is termed a hazard-based approach. And with hazard-based approach is meant that the intrinsic hazard of a chemical automatically lead to a complete ban of the use of a substance. That is not the case. It has not been the intended message from the chemical strategy, and it's not what is in the making. All chemicals legislation will always start with the assessment of the intrinsic hazard of a chemical. That is the starting point, because without an intrinsic hazard in the chemical, the rest will not be relevant. But what follows next is then an assessment of to what extent will there be exposures and a risk that needs to be mitigated in one way or the other. And again, it is, and it has been for decades, clear EU law that manufacturers have responsibility for the safe use and handling of chemicals. So regardless of whether there is a restriction in place, you have the obligation to make sure that you don't expose workers, that you don't expose the environment to these hazardous substances. Where the EU legislation then kicks in is where we can see that the substances, despite these general obligations, are not adequately controlled. And that is where PFAS come into the picture, because PFAS is a large family of many congeners of largely the same substance. And we have, since 2 decades now, tried to restrict the use of PFOS and PFAS and PFOA and what have you in different uses. What we have seen, though, is that because these substances are so versatile and, dare I say, also very, very useful. I mean, let's not deny it. They are absolutely very useful and essential in many uses. There's been a migration from a prohibited congener of the PFAS family to another one. The effect of that is that we are left with massive pollutions all over Europe, in soil, in water compartments, that are being picked up by the public purse that have to do the cleaning. So there is an imperative need for us to act on PFAS because it's not a safe chemical just to spread in the environment like that. And I also picked up on the presentation where you said that there are many harmless PFAS. I don't think we have seen the assessment that would confirm that. However, what is critical, and where I would agree that we have a struggle, is that the universal PFAS restriction dossier is enormous. It's the biggest restriction process ever by any measure introduced in the European Union. We just adopted the biggest ever restriction on microplastics. It's dwarfed by the PFAS. In microplastics, ECHA received 430 comments in their consultation. For PFAS, they have received 5,600 remarks and qualified input, and it will take time for them to analyze this. And we do realize that this is in conflict with the interest we also have in giving investor certainty of those uses of PFAS where it's evident that the use is under controlled conditions and where there are clearly no alternatives available. Because that is what we also need to keep in mind, that PFAS, you don't use PFAS in batteries because you like to use PFAS in batteries. You use PFAS in batteries because it serves a function. And it is also in your interest to look into how can we, over time, do away with such a hazardous substance. We know for a fact that there are alternatives under development. They are perhaps not ready today, but it is in your interest also to look into how you can continue to make your green batteries even greener by looking into these alternatives. All that being said, what we are discussing now also with member states is how we can speed up this process, how we can perhaps deal with the critical uses of PFAS, and perhaps also the most critical uses of PFAS where we have the highest levels of exposures, in a way whereby we can provide you the necessary security. But I think the science-based approach under REACH will take the time it takes. You cannot expect that ECHA can deal with 5,600 comments overnight. It will take time to do a proper assessment. And the Commission has the discretion when it gets the final output from ECHA to review the exact composition of the restriction. And I think the Commission is aware of where it is necessary to allow the derogations where there are no alternatives and where it is critical for society that we allow the continued use under safe conditions. So I think that's about what I will say on PFAS.
Thank you very much. And clearly, that's why you were. So we really appreciate that. We're running a little bit down low on time, so I'd just like to we're going to have a Q&A session. So if people are interested or wanted to raise questions or raise their hands in the room, can you raise your hand now so I can see how many we might have? Yeah, we've got one back there too. Yeah. Okay. Let's take the questions. Lily is going to come and grab one of the microphones. There's a woman in green on the left-hand side of our aisle here. Thank you. Please say who you are, make your comment, and who you're directing your question towards.
Hi, Adriana Jalba from Arkema. My question to the Commission, to Mr. Larsen. Is there any willingness to look into prioritizing the key strategic sectors for Europe? Because, I mean, the scope of the restriction is huge, and we've seen from ECHA documents that the prioritization would be like on ski wax and cosmetics and I think frying pans or something like that. And honestly, I mean, we understand that the consumer uses are those with the higher potential risk for the population, yeah. But we believe that it is important to prioritize key strategic sectors to protect the investment, because if we look at, we know it's going to be huge, we look at 5 years ahead of uncertainty, this is not good for business. That was my question. Thank you.
Henry.
Yeah, thank you. That was actually what I meant when I discussed before the large scope of this, that we are discussing very seriously how we can deal with this file that satisfies the needs. On one hand, to get rid as quickly as possible of clearly substitutable uses, which are the ones leading to the major pollution I talked about, and also accommodating the strong call we hear from many sectors to clarify the situation, to unlock investment decisions. So I can say yes to that, with the caveat that as the law is established, the Commission is an observer to the process. It is the chemical agency and the member state experts who are running the process. But we will engage in this process and indicate the preferences for this. But I can't be more specific than that.
Would anyone else like to come in from the panel? Would anyone? Yeah? Annemie? Please.
Well, I'm not an expert in PFAS, but what you see here is actually what we saw in our report. You have ambitions in Green Deal, and you need to bring it in line with an industrial policy. And you have the same with the PFAS that's on the table. It's exactly the same, where you meet what are ambitious, who can be very legitimate, but then you need to see what does it bring for your economic sovereignty and for your industrial policy. And there are more and more. I also started now an audit on the production of microchips. We had an audit on 5G, the protection of the 5G network. You all the time you see more and more these topics where you have different lines and different huge ambitions at European level for legitimate reasons. But if you combine both with each other, then you see where the problems are coming on the table, where the uncertainty is. And I agree that uncertainty is just not good for business and for your industrial policy.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone? No? Should we take... Patrick, you had a question, so yeah. Yeah, okay. Thanks, Lily.
Thank you. Actually, my question was very similar to the one from the lady that asked a few minutes ago, and I really wanted to I really appreciate your answer. If the Commission does engage with ECHA to give a message that ECHA needs to prioritize those sectors where the data is rather strong and well understood, where either, so you mentioned, is there a hazard, is there an exposure, and I mean, these are the criteria. So if either one or the other is being clear, then the data is there for ECHA to prioritize. So, so in that sense, I would really thank you for engaging with ECHA in that spirit. Thank you.
Thank you. Henry, do you want to respond? No. Yeah.
Although it's an independent agency, so maybe it's a bit difficult.
Yeah.
Well, first, I'm not used to be thanked in these type of settings, so thank you for the thank you. But normally I get more difficult questions than thanks. But no, seriously, as I just explained, REACH is constructed in a way where different parties play different independent roles in the process. And as I said, we are now discussing how we can pass the message that we have certain societal needs that needs to be matched with the process. But we also have to accept that this is in a legal procedure, and if we are overstepping the boundaries, there is a risk of litigation, and it could actually lead to the annulment of the decision of what the Commission will adopt in the end. And that will not give you the certainty you want. That will actually give you the opposite. It will give you chaos. So we need to be very mindful of the procedural steps. And as I said, PFAS is such a different category of restrictions that ever been produced under REACH. And REACH was designed to deal with in times where the most of the time industry would call for more time to reflect the restriction rather than urgently coming with a restriction. So things have been turned upside down for very good legitimate reasons, but we need to deal with it under a set legal framework that we can't change overnight.
I'm going to ask a question to you, Segelin, because I'm aware that some of the presentations and stuff, and specifically this PFAS issue, is obviously directed towards the Commission, but related to the Critical Raw Materials Act and the Net Zero Industry Act as well, there's a lot for member states to think of at the moment, specifically with end-of-life products containing valuable materials being shipped outside of the European Union, as we heard. How can that be addressed? And also I wonder if you can, we talked about the IRA in the first panel, what that is doing and what you, as a European Union member state, are trying to do to sort of combat or deal with that situation.
Yeah, that's a big question.
There's a lot of questions, I know.
But no, well, what can I say on this topic? So I was not here at the first panel, unfortunately, but yeah, there has been a lot going on with regards to clean tech industry, with regards to raw materials over the last few months and years, and so yeah, you mentioned the U.S. announcement with the IRA. We can also refer to the most recent announcement by China on graphite last week, where you can see that, well, all of these announcements shows the need for the EU to renew its industrial policy, to make its industrial basis more, well, stronger, and so to do this, there are lots of different strategies, lots of different tools. So you mentioned the CRMA and ZIA regulation. So here, the main idea is to give more predictability, to streamline the framework and make the permitting process faster and simpler, also for the investor to understand, give them visibility. The investment tools are also very important in this aspect. So here I can mention, well, most financial tools that are being put in place in France to support critical material projects. So the the subsidies with France 2030, metal funds, so equity, also bank guarantees, as well as tax credits. So there are lots of tools on the table to support the industries. And I was yesterday at the Journée de l'Automobile in Paris, where our Ministry of Finance said, yeah, we need to stay optimist. I heard the presentation, but indeed there is money on the table. There is also a lot of 4 gigafactories will be announced in France, have been announced. There is lots of new jobs coming back as well with these new industries. So it's there is a lot going on. There is, as I said, the need to strengthen the investment, attract investment. Also, the idea of promoting the European approach in this regard. I read the slide from the colleague earlier on the high carbon footprint of producing in China versus producing in the EU. So there is also here a European way, when it comes to reindustrialize. This word is difficult to say in English. Réindustrialiser.
We got you.
The EU, and so yeah, it's maybe the last point which I say is the idea of changing the narrative of saying, yeah, it's over, the idea of saying we can have a continent without factories. So we're going back to this, and I don't know if I answered the whole question, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's the sort of paradigm shift now, like the mentality of where we exist. We're going to head to lunch very, very shortly, but there's a gentleman, glasses, in the middle there. Please.
The only one with glasses. No.
Sorry, just so she knew where you were.
No, Wouter Hiot with Umicore. I'd just like to make a comment on the coherence of legislation. Only 1 week ago we had a panel on REACH and raw materials, which was touching on the exactly the same point. I think we have a missed opportunity here, which is the REACH revision, which we understand has been shelved now. The point we made from the panel last week, is that there's more than the PFAS. There's lithium, there's silver, there's lead, there's cobalt that was also nominated for restriction. Luckily went to the right legislation, which is the occupational exposure limit revision. But the REACH revision is a missed opportunity for us now, because we will navigate in the existing framework with the tools we have, and there are some opportunities, let's say, to maneuver, if I can frame it like that, and to do things better. And there's a good cooperation between our industry and ECHA in that sense. There's been projects like MISA and the current meet on the environmental exposure. But the point is the missed opportunity, I would say, to revise certain of the mechanisms which are there. They do create uncertainty, as repeatedly said here, and they're there to stay now. So that's my point. We repeatedly make the same comments, but I just want to emphasize the conclusion of last week, which effectively was like, okay, missed opportunity here to revise the regulatory framework we have on the chemicals.
I don't know, I think I might have missed where you're from.
Umicore.
Umicore, sorry, you did say that, sorry, so please. Henrik, I think this is for you. No? Would you like to come in, Clémence, perhaps?
I agree, for instance, the example taken by Wouter of cobalt. Cobalt is an important metal for batteries, for many technology of batteries. And that's true that in the beginning of which it was under a restriction process, and I fully agree, as it was also in my presentation, the proper risk management, as it is limited to workplace exposure, it's the OSH and OELs, which are currently being reviewed by ECHA, WAC, and all the processes. So yeah, it's important that when exposure is limited to workplace, the proper risk management is defined, and it is not always only restriction or authorizations. That I agree fully.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's all the time we've got for this panel. So I'd like to have a huge round of applause for our panelists for your presentations, and to Henrik and Segalen to my side. We're going to leave it there, but we will be back here starting at 1:15 sharp for our return from our lunch. So please be back here in your seats for 1:15. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay.
We're going to go to the lectern. Okay, wonderful. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the lunch. Please come in and take your seats, and we will get moving on with our afternoon panels. For this panel, we're going to have two presentations, and we're going to have some response as well from the gentleman on my right. So one is going to come from Ilke van Dalvik, who is from the European Battery Alliance, who has stood ready for us as we speak. She's going to set the scene by presenting a bit of market data about the development of the European value chain in comparison with other continents. Then we'll hear from Dr. Claude Janson, who is the Director General of Recharge, outline the manifesto for the batteries value chain in Europe and tell us about some more key policy asks for the European Commission. And then, as I said, we have two gentlemen to my right, Aurel Ciobanu-Dordea, who is a director in DG Environment in the European Commission. And we have Jauni Nissinen, who is a senior specialist in the Ministry of Environment of Finland, and he's up here as well. So we'll get some comments. Welcome back to everyone who's joining us on the live stream. Now on the Slido, you'll be able to move on to room 3. We will take some questions from there, and there will also be an opportunity to have some questions in the room. But without further ado, Ilke, we're delighted to have you here to give us this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here and see this room full of vibrant people and good discussions that we already had this morning. So we'll see if the weather forecast of the European Battery Alliance is in line with what was said this morning. Just as a short reminder where we're coming from, the European Battery Alliance was launched 2017 by the former Vice President Maros Šefčovič, today an Executive Vice President, overseeing the entire Green Deal, which I think is good news for our industry as well. But the main objective was, by that time, when we are seeing the trend towards electrification, and maybe we were not as fast as 4C Power, but still we were pushing in the Commission that really Europe should do something to become a leader, or at least a fast follower in this industry that we saw was already by that time dominated by China. And looking at the status, there's one comparison on what the global battery landscape looked like in 2016, which is quite cute. I think the entire global capacity is about what one gigafactory is able to produce today when they're announced. At least, so not a lot going on in Europe. We have, of course, Algae Energy Solutions, or by that time Algae Chemistries factory in Poland, which today is actually one of the few producing BAT gigafactories in Europe. A German initiative that did not materialize. But looking especially at the raw material side, there was very little to non-existent. I think we saw the numbers as well from the European Court of Auditors. But just to give you some perspective on the lithium, they mentioned some small production in Portugal, but in fact this is not even going into the battery industry. It's going to the ceramics, to the medical industry. So for the battery industry, we're currently producing nothing in lithium for the European battery industry, 6 years after the launch of the European Battery Alliance. So I think there still need to be more speedy developments. When it comes to the development on cell production, I think that is really a good and promising development that we have seen over the couple of last years. We are now at plus minus 30 gigafactories that are at least in the pipeline and announced. Just looking at EU 27, there's a couple also outside in Norway, in Great Britain, that unfortunately left us. So looking at the region of Europe, it is a very promising development, I would say. We can go and look at the numbers a little bit more in detail in a couple of slides. But we already heard about it. In August last year, there was something that really shook the battery ecosystem in its foundation in Europe and had a lot of effects, and that is the US Inflation Reduction Act. And it is a really good piece driving the electrification and other clean technologies in the US. And it has three important kind of elements to it. And it's tax incentives for consumers. It's tax incentives for production and manufacturing, something that we're currently lacking in Europe. And both of them are coupled also with domestic requirements, much, much stronger than we have in Europe. And those domestic requirements, especially if you're looking at the customer incentives for the EVs as such, it will have effects on how the market is shaped. We see a lot of investments going to the US, but it will also be a great challenge actually to fulfill all the requirements when it comes to re-establishing new supply chains for all the metals and battery components for the US. Especially when it comes to some of those, as they call, entities of foreign concern. They still haven't made it public, but it puts an uncertainty in the market as well for companies to establish. They want to look at new sources for materials as well. But if you're looking at the car models that will be eligible for those tax incentives for customers, out of 97, 18 will be eligible when those criteria kick in this year. So I think they have put up ambitious targets, but they have not fully seen the full extent of what is actually needed to build this industry. We already heard about when it comes to production costs, it of course enables especially battery packs produced in the US to be on a level playing field with something produced in China, whereas Europe in fact is suffering even further. Since the eruption of Corona, we have the war in Ukraine with rising electricity costs that all in all doesn't look too good for Europe. One additional fact on the IRA that I think we should be on the watch out for is their effect on the levelized cost of electricity for renewables. Something that is often overseen, and I think this is also an important message to the Commission. By subsidizing wind and solar in the same manner as they're doing with batteries, the long-term effect will be that also the electricity costs will drop rapidly in the US, making it even more competitive to produce there rather than in Europe. So that's just a little caveat for discussion later on. But looking 1 year later, what has happened in the battery field and looking at cell production capacities, just comparing numbers, what is in the pipeline, it's become quite clear that US really has been accelerating in new projects. They have now 40 compared to 30 in Europe. And the short-term effects, especially if you compare the announced capacity for 2025, it is quite clear it is decreasing in the comparison from last year to this year. So there is actually a delay, a noticeable delay in capacity investments, and I think Kerstin also mentioned this number, that the global share of investments in the battery industry in Europe dropped from 41% to 2% in 2022. That might be part to the inflation, partly to the US Inflation Reduction Act. I can show you the report. Patrick looks very skeptical, but But there are other sectors like suppliers to the automotive industries. I made an interview in Germany, so this is only for the German industry, how much they wanted to invest in Germany or Europe during last year. None of them does. 128 suppliers of the automotive industry did not make any new investments in Germany. So there is a problem in the industry that I think puts really the urgency that we need to act faster and more agile at the top of our agenda. There are other, I think, quite interesting comparisons that can be made, that out of all those announcements, there are 22 in the US that you actually can verify that they're either in operation or under construction. In US, out of the 30s, it's only 10 that you actually can see that something is happening. So half of the announced capacity in US, things are starting to move. Only 1/3 of all the announced capacity in Europe is actually kind of starting to move, that it's with tangible results. Many of them, they're still stuck. It's like permitting issues. It's still acquisitions of land and environmental permits. So I think it's a little bit of a wake-up call that we should start moving. Little bit on the downstream, where we are also concerned, is the uptake on the EVs. That is currently mainly to the inflation. It's slowing down. There are many countries pulling back their subsidy programs for EVs, maybe a little bit too prematurely, but also the increasing competition from Chinese car, not only Chinese car by Chinese brands, but also cars produced by German or mainly German actually OEMs that we import into Europe because it's simply cheaper to produce. So I think there we should pay attention also on how we actually can not only compete on the premium segment, but make more affordable cars for entire of Europe. I think EVs cannot be a question for the wealthy. If we want to bring along also parts of Eastern Europe or Southern Europe, we need to think how we can actually meet this demand. Nevertheless, I think I don't want to stop on a too gloomy note. There are good things happening in Europe as well. There is, as was already mentioned, a lot of money available. It is harder to get than elsewhere. So I think this competition and finance gap, we really need to have more actions on how to overcome and fill it. De-risking was mentioned as one of the important topics on how actually to get access to this finance. There are EU guarantees, there are guarantees from member states that can be used. Many of the public banks have it, but it could also be considered that you extend those EU guarantees maybe to commercial banks, so it will free even more capital to go into the industry. So summary, there's a lot of good things happening, but there's still a lot of gaps to be filled in this value chain. Especially when we are looking at the upstream recycling. I think we have touched upon already enough this morning, but looking especially at the raw material projects that we are struggling with getting off the ground in Europe, I think there's also, once again, the importance of international cooperation, free trade agreements that we actually can secure this material in Europe. There are ongoing initiatives like the Global Gateway, and developing partnerships on raw materials with other countries. This is the Commission pushing the door open, but I think the industry needs to enter and develop those projects. So this is also a call for the industry really to start engaging in a more international dimension. And I think maybe I finalize with this picture also as a basis for discussion, comparing the US IRA and the means from the European Commission. It's a little bit comparing apples and pears in many respects, but I think what the message here is if we want to scale, and it's a lot about scaling up. we need still to develop new tools in the toolbox. It is not enough with continue, as we're always doing, by financing a lot of research and hoping that the best technology will win, because we don't have the time right now. So maybe looking a little bit what others are doing, getting inspiration as well on how we actually can support the immediate upscaling of the industry right now. Might it be with some European pot of money that was allured to? I think that is a good also to kind of level out the playing field within the European Union, which is very important, so that not all the funding goes through the larger companies, as we have seen in the report from the European Court of Auditors. So a balance, a new global playing field, and I think the message is we really need an update of the strategic action plan to be able to live and survive in this new global world that we see evolving in front of our eyes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ilka. Yeah, please come and take a seat. We will talk about some of the issues that you've raised there in a minute. But we're going to hear from Claude Janson, who's going to talk to us about Recharge's manifesto and the policy asks for the upcoming mandate. Oh, wonderful.
Good afternoon, everybody. Here, yes. So, and again, I'm Recharge chairman, so I'm happy to invite or start here discussion. No, so I'm Recharge. No, I'm not the chairman. I'm sorry. I'm the Director General. Patrick, I'm sorry for that. Our chairman is here. But happy to present Recharge's views indeed on this manifesto we disclose with you today. Main key contents or key points for supporting this thriving European batteries ecosystem. So this is where we stand today after yesterday General Assembly. We have more and more members, which is indeed a direct translation of the fact that practically, yes, we see the European battery ecosystem building up, and we see more members joining, which is a good sign. So when it comes to this question of Recharge Manifesto, we have reviewed what could be the message we have to promote in the with the coming mandate in 2024. What is the key support we could ask for or request from the European bodies to support the European ecosystem of batteries? We have three pillars. First of all, ensuring safety. Safety is a major point for batteries in general, lithium batteries particularly, for transport, use, second life, storage, and recycling. That's all over the complete life cycle. Second point is fostering the sustainable development of a resilient value chain. Of course, we talk about circularity, we talk about strategic autonomy because of that, and we also, hopefully, will talk about competitiveness on this. And the last one is establishing this level playing field that was discussed and is far from being achieved yet. That's clearly a topic of important interest. We believe we should focus because now we have the batteries regulation, it's there, everybody can read it, but maybe not everybody can say how it will be implemented, and that's where we need to really pave the way and clarify. So the batteries are critical for the functioning of the society. This was discussed several times. There is global recognition that, in fact, the battery value chain is critical for Europe. And we see a lot of this involvement here where the battery competitiveness would, in fact, support the success of this global Green Deal about, of course, decarbonization in general, integration of renewable energies, as well because the batteries regulation requires the recycling and the circular economy. This would be a global contribution to a circular economy and to a recycling industry. We was mentioned this morning, potentially 10 billion to invest here. Of course, less dependence on fossil fuels. Of course, this also should not be associated to more dependence on critical raw materials. So this is altogether a global coherent target. New skills was discussed as well this morning. This is, in fact, also a benefit of making this value chain successful. And finally, continuing our role as a European industry and European research, which was mentioned as well this morning, trying to drive clean tech and innovation and develop new and future decarbonized products. So here we believe there is a potential for Europe to emerge and become one of the leaders with at least recognizing, of course, the strong competition in the rest of the world, but addressing effectively the climate change and the new technologies. So as a summary, this industry growth is not only essential for Europe, but as well to set the new standards on what means sustainable and responsible industry, and particularly the batteries value chain. So that's really the focus and the purpose of this manifesto and the identified point to sustain this development. So what are the 3 key points I mentioned previously? It's of course very well aligned with the Green Deal, which we as a high level of objective can only support. But what we would like to focus is first of all on safety and innovation, which are key priorities that I mentioned previously. Second point is, of course, making sure it's sustainable development and that the value chain is resilient, which means has a lot of also consequences in circularity, open strategic autonomy. A third pillar will be the level playing field, and here we have a number, you see, multiple aspects that can be discussed to establish this: digitalization, traceability, quality of audits, consumer information, fair trade, a number of topics here related to the level playing field. And all of this is based on funding and investment, which requires as well the certainty or the predictability that were discussed this morning, based on a coherent legislation and standards. Yes. So first pillar, it's about safety and innovation. Clearly, we talked this morning of the chemical safety. That's one part. There is also the risk for energy releasing and fires of batteries. That's also a risk that has to be handled and correctly addressed by the industry. And we highlight this because we sometimes have the perception that the regulation has not focused enough on this and gives so much priority on sustainability and durability or repairability that sometimes safety has maybe been not completely or exhaustively taken into account. So the balance of these priorities between, of course, sustainability and safety is a way or a point that we would like to underline. So where can we act, really? Where are the loopholes in the existing regulation and what still remain to be, let's say, precised when it's come to the secondary regulation? Standards, we of course support more standards. There are some which are requested, but more may be useful, for example, for the storage of waste battery. We know that's a concern. Ensure the legislation for the safe batteries, the qualification of repair. I mentioned this as being a point which is in the batteries regulation, where the several important points, meaning who can repair, who is an independent professional, and what are the list of relevant points to be an acceptable repair approach. Training attached to this. Second life of batteries is also addressed here. We have no opinion on whether second life of battery will be developed or not, but what we are sure is if it has to be developed, it has to be safely developed. And second life battery has to be as safe as first life batteries. That's really a requirement. We have the incentives to have also innovation and battery-related startups. We saw that, we know, of course, that all of the gigafactories require a lot of investment, but that should not prevent innovation to also move through small and innovative enterprises. And finally, of course, the question of education, training, and reskilling, and particularly when it's come to safety as well, we consider that indeed, to be blunt, a bike repairer should not be a battery repairer. This is not the same skill, not the same staff, but an e-bike, well, it need to have repaired both the bike and the battery. So that's the situation we face. So second pillar is about the sustainable development. So indeed, we have the batteries regulation, which is proposing a lot of routes to support this. So that's indeed a key enabler to these sustainable developments. Companies, investors, consumers today really take into this account. We have seen that some recharge members today mentioning that this is a key strategy, making more sustainable battery, lower carbon footprint, and so on. So this is indeed something which should be promoted, not only by the way of the regulation, but also to make this becoming the rules when it's come to public purchasing, for example, and as well promoting the end users to recognize the benefit of having lower environmental impact products or better, more circular products. So that's really some key messages. So they are still here in this field, despite the batteries regulation is very already ambitious on this, but we can find when it's come to the implementation practical potential ways of improvement or to complement. The partnership about critical raw materials were mentioned this morning in the discussion, of course. That's one of the points which is not certainly addressed in the batteries regulation. It's more part of the CRMA, the Critical Raw Material Act. Question of circularity is for electric vehicle batteries strongly related to the export of vehicles. And if that may represent 40 or 30% of the vehicle, it's not at all an SVO part, and it has to be correctly addressed as well if we want to recycle these batteries in Europe. Fast track was also mentioned this morning, so we are happy to have this in our list of priorities. Clarifying all this discussion, one member this morning presented about recycling. Well, a lot of black mass, this material of battery, is exported. It's a fact today. So our recommendation is we need to make this transparent. Black mass should be identified, should be should have a number, classified, and then recognized as a hazardous waste. Because from our point of view, as a scientist as well, there is no doubt the hazardous substances are contained in the black mass. It's not normal that black mass are characterized as a non-hazardous product. That's just a way to escape. So transparency here would be important. And same approach for the carbon footprint, by the way. Transparency, here again, meaningful performance classes. And as well, we mentioned about fast-track permitting for the new projects. So that's some key points where we believe, indeed, further work is needed. And I would like then to move to the level playing field, which is, from my point of view, the more important at the moment, and where more work is to do, because indeed, now we have the regulation, we need to implement it. And we have here, as you can see here, a number of good tools as well, which are potentially enabling this. We have the digital platform, we have the digital battery passport. There is a lot of hope attached to it, but it doesn't exist today. We don't even know how much of practical access, implementation and feasibility will be solved. There are a number of questions attached to that. We are certainly supporting all the work on this, but here a lot of are still to be developed and achieved. And finally, this important question, we believe, about the competent authority, which are now, by the batteries regulation, tasked to nominate or notify, the competent authority, and to notify the third-party auditing bodies. That's a major role they have here, because we know that today there is no level playing field in this rule. The notified body from European authority are generally very well respectable company that would do a real audit. We know that also some other parts of the world it's not the same life. So here, what can we do? Well, practically, we have, again, a number of recommendations which could help support implementing correctly this regulation. So definition of equivalent conditions outside of Europe. This is something that was not succeeded the last batteries directive. Remember, in 2006, equivalent conditions were already requested. And now we're still discussing, we should clarify what means equivalent conditions. So we have much larger background, but still to be done. Effective control and enforcement of the sustainability provision. So verification, it was mentioned this morning about the roles of the member state, of course, when it's come to the implementation. But this here will require resources, expertise, training also to have these customs recognizing what is transported. Member state, I mentioned this, was also tasked to establish a system for data collection, reporting, so a lot of transparency and information here is related to this, and track compliance with the sustainability criteria. I mean, having a declaration is good, but then making sure this declaration is correct is better. We mentioned the consumer incentives here as well. Could be various forms, but of course here, again, the final user of the batteries or the equipment containing the battery is the final user, and he should be supported also when it's come to selecting the best-in-class products. And finally, green procurement policies I mentioned as well for the way to also support an industry which is doing all efforts and achieving, hopefully, these targets which are in the batteries regulation, that at least it's rewarded by recognition in Europe that these are the products that have to be used in Europe. So these are the main 3 pillars and proposals. So when it comes to funding and investment, a lot of good things were discussed this morning. We just here have a list of several points where we consider indeed more is to do, of course, in the Net Zero Industry Act and the STEP, the funding system to support it, also related to the Critical Raw Material Act. Continue effort, and thanks for the message of saying, well, investment intentions can vary very swiftly from one direction to another one, and that's in fact required that more consistency, coherency with the regulatory framework, and we mentioned this morning the chemical legislations, of course, and other to ensure that the effort of investment and development in Europe is continued. And these chemical legislation are 2 key points today, I would say, which are obviously having a negative impact on the investment in Europe. It's about the PFAS restriction and the REACH revision. So, and with that, I would conclude. I would just have to add an additive, though I'm not talking about the weather, but about the level playing field and a football team. It came to my mind that sometimes we get some good ideas from, images like this. So let's imagine that the batteries directive is the rules for playing football. Football is played on the field, that's fine. Generally, level playing field, more or less.
Regulation.
Yes, it's a regulation. So only one rule for all football matches, which is very good. And then you have the referee. I would call the referee are the customs, are the member state. They are here saying, you are doing right, you are doing wrong, I'm stopping you. Please get a red card. Hopefully some will get someone, and some other get, yes, please go on. But remember, who are the key players in the level playing field in a football match? It's the players. And the players play a great role when it's come also to respect the rules. Because, as you know, we see often, I have been hurt, I'm suffering a lot. So a lot of, excessive reactions. But I believe if this does exist, because football players are professional, if this does exist, it's because it does influence the referee. So the players in the field can strongly contribute in transparency, alerts, information as long as the referee is listening to them, saying, well, we want a level playing field, we are in the field, we see who are not playing according to the rules, and we would like to inform the referee, please do something because that one is not playing according to the rules. So I would like to be understood that indeed, like for football matches, then the referee is fair and also looking at what's happening in the field.
Thank you very much to Claude. Okay, we'll turn first to you, Aurel. I mean, you've already.
I have a question here. Yeah. Can the referee be English?
Today, that's the case. I want to turn to you, perhaps to pick up on some of those comments, the ending comments that we just heard from Claude. But you can also pick up on anything that Ilka said as well.
Mm-hmm. So how I would comment based on what I have, I've seen. Yeah, thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation. It's really indeed a great opportunity for me to hear these very insightful presentations. Maybe most of the information contained into them was no surprise, but the way in which you've integrated everything, and I admired the capacity to deliver statistical pills, statistics being usually very boring. You did it in a very appealing way and in a very with clear messages, and I would like indeed to comment on a number of elements there and on a number of recommendations and demands that the industry is raising with the referee. And you said the referee are the member states. Are you talking to the referee? Are you talking to the member states? You are only talking to the Commission. And I think, as somebody coming from the Commission, to convey the message that you need also to talk to the member states as a group. And often it is important to bring them together and not just the Commission, because we need them on board. It's not a defensive message that I want to convey, but I would like to say, it's no surprise for you, that the decision, the deliberative process, the political deliberations at the level of the European Union are a more complex game, and we need to have the member states and sometimes the European Parliament on board. But this is no justification for being slow or ineffective, and we try to be effective. And I am here, and I believe also able to speak on behalf of colleagues who are not here, my colleagues from DG GROW, a department with whom we work hand in hand in order to deliver whatever is necessary under the batteries regulation, and the colleagues from DG Energy with whom we work on, let's say, other uses of batteries for energy purposes as reserve stock for stockpiling energy. So we work hand in hand together to handle, let's say, the directly relevant rules for batteries, and also a number of flanking measures and flanking rules which are also impacting batteries, like, for instance, the PFAS restrictions or other things which are not specifically meant to regulate the batteries, but have an important incidence on batteries. So we work hand in hand together with them. You had Director General Jorna this morning from DG GROW here, and you had one of my colleagues, I think, Henrik Laursen, earlier today here. He's dealing with chemical regulation, and our message is, without reservations, we are here, and there is no grandstanding, but I'm using deliberately the wording of Mario Draghi at the apex of the financial crisis a decade ago in the European Union. We are here to do whatever it takes in order for the European battery industry to succeed. and to win the competition with other global players. So we would like to reassure you that maybe we are slower than the Americans in terms of certain interventions or like others, but we are getting there, and we try to accelerate to become more precise and more impactful in our interventions. There are natural differences between us and the Americans. The European budget represents 1% of the European GDP. The American federal budget represents 15% of the European GDP. So they can afford to do at federal level what Europe cannot deliver. The state aids are in the hands of the member states, while at federal level they can define tax breaks or even provide aids at federal level. Hence the importance to have member states also around the table. I know that a lot of manufacturers are talking to Germany, to France, to Poland, to Hungary, in order to get their support, but maybe also an aggregate discussion is useful more frequently. So we are here to work hand in hand, the different commissions, departments, and it's known by now that DG GROW and DG Environment are jointly responsible for implementing all the delegated and implementing acts which have been decided by the co-legislators as necessary in the batteries regulation. And while the agenda looks like being overcrowded and our resources are overstretched, this will not provide an excuse for us for not delivering in time. So we have a plan, and we will deliver according to the plan, starting with the carbon footprint of batteries, to which we are working right now with DG GROW and with the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, and following with the other measures. And because I mentioned, let's say, not flanking regulation, but regulations with other purposes than direct incidence on the battery regime, but having significant consequences, we are here also to do whatever it takes in order to support the industry also from this perspective. We cannot not address the batteries in the lithium restrictions or in the PFAS restrictions, but we are here to work with you, and we will work with you also in the following period in order to craft the restrictions in such a way so that there are certain derogations and there are transition periods for as long as necessary in order for you to innovate and to find alternatives. And we are aware that the industry is developing alternatives, for instance, to the use of PFAS in batteries. And we are speaking with the innovators, and we are banking, and we are hoping, and our message is to the industry, also try to innovate. We will derogate. We will include certain derogations there. We want to tailor this with you. Member states are on board about this. We are actively discussing on how to prioritize certain restrictions in order to offer the industry the regulatory predictability which is necessary. We will work in the following months with our colleagues in ECHA, in the Chemicals Agency of the European Union, to this effect, to come swifter with a number of priority measures for the green and digital transition industries and for certain consumer uses. But you need to also innovate. And here I'm coming to the, innovation is close to sustainability and to the leveraging of a big competitive advantage that Europe has compared to other jurisdictions of this global level playing field, sustainability. And we will try to bank on this competitive advantage of the European industry and not to protect you in a way which would be contrary to the global trade rules of the World Trade Organizations, but in order to level the playing field of the competition between you and the Chinese of this world. So I stop here.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll pick up on some more of those points. Please hand the microphone down to Yami. So we talked a bit about the member states being the sort of referees, perhaps. You're coming from the Finnish Ministry of Environment.
You know, the Commission dreams about being the referee.
Yeah. Doesn't it? Perhaps you can pick up on anything that you've heard so far and perhaps bring us up to date with a member state perspective from Finland.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for inviting me here. I would like to bring up three broad themes to this discussion. Of course, mirroring what has been said earlier. First, about the level playing field. I think this is something that has not been said here yet today. That there are actually, or there have been articles in Chinese media recently. For instance, excuse me, that my Chinese, this is probably wrongly pronounced, but Jiemian News, for instance, has reported that the Chinese battery manufacturers have actually already started adapting to new requirements, specifically to carbon footprint requirements that are included in the battery regulation, in the EU battery regulation. So actually, on one hand, it seems that this battery regulation is already having a positive sustainability impact on a global level. And I guess this is also partly why I'm mostly in agreement with the industry on this dossier. So even if batteries contain some nasty stuff, I think this is a very forward-looking piece of legislation. So I'm quite comfortable talking about it here as a representative of an environmental ministry. But of course, on the other hand, this is slightly bad news to European manufacturers because, well, to my understanding, there have been hopes that these stricter requirements brought by this regulation would create a kind of a natural and legal trade hindrance. I'm not saying barrier, like a sort of green protectionism, and thus protect European domestic market from Chinese competition. But this is obviously not happening if the Chinese manufacturers are capable of moving faster towards the requirements of the regulation than the European industry is. So I don't know what the solution to this is, but I guess one way or another, we should hurry up. But of course, this is the second point. Of course, the state subsidies are one part of the picture, and unfortunately, they seem to be here to stay. And as a representative of a small country, I must say that it would be nice if there would be some allocation of these state subsidy resources on a European Union level, and not just leave it to the big countries like Germany and France to run the show, because they have so many domestic resources to spend on this. So obviously, and I'm not saying that they should not be supporting their industry within the regulatory limits of the EU, but this is just something that should also be looked at on the European Union level as well. Well, the third point that I would like to bring up at this point is security and national security. Finland has some 1,300 kilometers of terrestrial border with Russia. So we are slightly worried about what is going on in Ukraine. We are actually so worried that this year we joined NATO after decades long thinking about it. And we also spent some 15 billion euro on buying a US F-35 fighter jet fleet, or ordering one. We didn't get it yet. So, so this shows that we are kind of worried of what is going on in our dear eastern neighbor, and we think that the rest of Europe should do this as well, and we should definitely keep an eye on those developments, and we should not forget Ukraine, Slava Ukraini. So this brings to what we hope that the European Commission would do also in the next period, and that's the mineral raw materials chain. That is clearly one key to not only for batteries, but also to other kinds of high-tech solutions that Europe is striving towards. And this is not only about mineral raw materials, it's also from mines to recycling and recycled battery materials, and also the second life usage. And of course, these are all one way or another touched by the battery regulation, but this is something that should be taken forward in the future legislation as well. Of course, Finland also has some aspirations in sustainable mining, so just to be clear on where I stand on this. But I have to stress that mining so far in Finland also, it's not so sustainable. So clearly there is a lot to do still in the future. But on the other hand, we must not be carried away by the imminent pressure from what we feel from China or from the US. Even if we are in a hurry, we still need patience to do things right in the long run. But of course, that's kind of a difficult equation, to do things well in the long run and in a hurry. So, but on that, I think Kerstin Jorna already talked about this earlier. So I think these are the three key points that I would like to bring up to the discussion right now. Thank you.
Yeah. Super interesting. Get it right in a hurry. It's not the easiest thing to do. I'll come back to you, Ilkka. I suppose some of the things we've heard here, related to your presentation, you want to pick up.
Starting out on the raw materials, I think, a little bit surprised to hear, but there's an improvement potential apparently, even for Finland and maybe other countries. And one of the things that we are struggling, especially in setting up greenfield mines in Europe, is public acceptance. That is coupled to maybe a lot of those sustainability issues. And this is, I think, one of the driving forces why we need to develop mines in Europe, is actually to build this capacity on how to do sustainable minings and to develop those skills. So if we go and purchase or also develop mines outside of Europe, we know what we are doing. And there are good examples from the Nordic countries. I think there is a so-called mining cluster where the mining companies work very closely together with research and academy, but also mining equipment manufacturers. So there is a lot of developments in electrified mining equipments that we then also can export to other projects outside of Europe. So even if we still have to do apparently a lot of homework on how to truly make it sustainable, there is a lot of good work done that we should continue, despite maybe the resources being not so small. And I think it is up to all of us really to stand up and push for this development and really get those raw materials projects off the ground. Another thing that I think we haven't talked about in our presentation so much, but was in the morning was mentioned, is skills and access to skilled people, which is, I think, also still an advantage of Europe compared to the US. And many there are some warning signs that saying that actually the IRS is not going to happen to the full extent because they also lack access to skilled people. So there's a lot of opportunity to Europe still to continue what they're doing, but also thinking about, if you really put it very crudely, it's like Europe has been very good of financing research or researchers, not so good at financing engineers. And I think that is a very important message as well, that a lot of what is happening, you mentioned that you see numbers going down when it comes to students that are attracted to our entire sector, that we still need those foreground figures really trying to promote this industry and make it attractive for young people really to join this green and just transition and really make it attractive. And I think this is all up to us, that we really, I mean, just talking out quite light, that we must showcase a little bit more diverse and dynamic picture also when we are out and talking about the battery industry. Unfortunately, on many of the conferences that I visit, there is still very little female participation, especially on the speaker side. And if you present this to young people, come, this is our new and modern industry, come and join us, and they see like middle-aged men in ties and black suits, it doesn't give the right feel. So I think we all need to take this back home and improve as well on this part. And thirdly, also business environment. It's not all about the money sometimes. Many of the industries that we are talking about, when they go to the US, they're getting met by regions, communities, cities that call them up and say, we do whatever it takes, as you say, to come here and build up an industry. In Europe, what you often hear is like, my working hours are only Monday to Wednesday from 9 to 3. Please come back, we are closed now. So this attitude and how to you work with industry is also something that I think we need to improve urgently, and it's not sitting in the money, but really in the relationship with the industry.
Do you want to come in on that? That was...
Yeah. I wanted more to comment on... Okay, it's a controlled microphone.
Yeah.
Freedom of expression.
He's got power at the back.
Freedom of expression has its limits, properly policed. I wanted to continue on the line, whatever it takes, and to say, because it's very difficult to address a lot of issues which have been raised here in a short amount of time. To say that, for instance, because both of you have mentioned mining and the constraints of the permitting procedures and also the constraints of the public opinion. On the permitting procedures, those of you who are regulatory buffs might have noticed that the Commission has adjusted its position and has provided a lot of exemptions in relation to the energy regulations, permitting for energy projects over the past couple of years. And I think this is by now already enshrined in laws published in the official journal. So there are acceleration measures, notably, which have been agreed by us, derogating from the general rules on environmental impact assessments. But we need to be aware that we cannot skip altogether, as some economic operators dream about, all these environmental impact assessments for two reasons. One, because they really, if they are performed properly and fastly, they really bring indispensable inputs in the configuration of the projects, because you really understand what is the availability of the water resources, what kind of impacts I have on biodiversity around me, and so on and so on. And radiations, you come across certain mineral resources, and so on. So they are practically useful, and they are also politically useful, and this is the second reason. And we know that perceptions are as important as realities. And if you don't convince the community about the importance of a project in general, you are really in trouble. So our message to the economic operators and to the industry is plan your projects for for manufacturing batteries. Plan your projects for drilling for critical raw minerals in Europe. Engage instead of trying to skip the rules. Try to respect the rules, put them together. The public authorities, including the European Commission, are ready to work with you and engage with the communities. Do the public consultation, make the public consultation matter. The second message that I would like to give is about, if you allow me, because the problem of the black mass and hazardous waste classification has been raised here. I want to reassure you that we are on the same page about the need to modify the end of waste rules in order to account for this. And we are happy to see that there is a convergence of minds between the Commission and the Member States about the treatment of this, of the black mass as hazardous waste. And it has repercussions about how we use this as a resource within Europe instead of shipping it to China or to other jurisdictions.
Mm. Really, really important point, and clarified something that we spoke about a bit earlier as well. Have we got any questions from the room? If anyone'd like to raise their hands to let me know. Okay, I want to turn to you though, Jani, as well, about the implementation phase of the battery regulation. What is it feeling like? It would be good to get a perspective from a member state on what it's feeling like, how that's progressing. Yeah, if you can sort of set the scene for us there.
Yes. How much time do I have? Well, to put it briefly, we have only after the legislation was actually approved and starting to enter into force, and now that we have started reading the individual articles one by one and thinking of who in Finland, which authorities should take care of which articles and monitoring, we have realized that it's actually an immense amount of work. So we are going to struggle. We were pushing for these fairly ambitious timelines in the implementation of the regulation, but now we are in a real hurry to get the first things in place within the first half a year that needs to be there, and then we have additional 1.5 years to finalize the regulation on extended producer responsibility, and so this is going to be quite laborious to us. Even if, I mean, the requirements are there, we are not trying to tweak them or anything, but it's just simply to decide who does what and take in all these new regulations like due diligence, for instance. That's something that has not been monitored on a national level before. There has been a working group working under the Ministry for Labour and Commerce on that, dealing with the OECD system of due diligence, but that's all. And now we have to start delivering like decisions in the administration that actually are binding and that can take entities to court if they are questioned, and so it's an entire new playing field, and we are still in the first phases of that, but that's and that's something that is actually surprising, knowing that and it's kind of a more general point that the Commission in the European Union has a tendency to move from directives to direct regulation, which is binding without being implemented on the national level. And nevertheless, that creates quite a lot of work on a national level. For instance, with the battery regulation, we are actually thinking of whether we should still have a national battery law instead of trying to change all these literally tens of different laws a bit, and instead just have one new battery law to solve it all. And
but that takes a lot of work as well, right?
That takes a lot of work as well, but in a way it would be, or I'm not a lawyer, so the lawyers tell me that would be kind of a more elegant decision solution to this dilemma. But yeah.
There you go.
So this is the national situation right now from our point of view.
Yeah, thank you. Super interesting.
If I may just comment on this idea, there is a rule of thumb which should be respected when thinking about a national battery regulation. The rules that you adopt at national level should not intermediate between the EU batteries regulation and the economic operators, should only complement. So you should cover aspects which are not regulated substantively or procedurally by the EU batteries regulation.
Because Patrick wants to ask a question. I'll pass you the microphone there. There you go. We're going to move on to our final panel in a moment. So if anyone has a question, raise your hand now. There's one there as well. We'll take that question and then we'll wrap the panel up. Thank you.
Yes, I'd like to go back. It's a question from SAFT. I'm speaking as a SAFT person now. I'd like to go back to a statement you made, Juni, with regards to Chinese battery makers making great progress with the reduction of their footprint of the batteries they make. I remember a few years ago, tax authorities trying to tax GAFA, the GAFA companies. And surprisingly, they were looking for income to tax. In France, in Italy, in Germany, there was no income, no profit. They couldn't tax. So tax on Google in France was zero, tax on all these GAFAs, Amazon in Italy was zero, couldn't tax. But these guys were making profits. They were just not visible in the reports made in France and Italy and Germany. So the rules were changed and the rules were set so that the income was recognized where the service was provided, not where the computers were located. The computers were in Ireland, but the services were delivered in France, in Italy, in Germany. Why am I talking about this? When you calculate the carbon footprint of a Chinese battery, and you know their electricity grid emits 800 grams per kilowatt hours, don't give them an easy get-out-of-jail card.
Yes.
That's the thing.
Totally agree, and this is the approach we will be taking when we will come with an implementing measure on carbon footprint. This is the approach.
That's good to know.
Yes.
Okay. There's a Please stand up. Tell us who you are and where you're from. Wonderful, and then we'll wrap the panel.
Hi everyone, Chris Heron from Eurometaux, Europe's Metals Association. I just wanted to clarify first of all the permitting perspective of the industry, because I heard some comments that maybe we were wanting to miss some steps. Just to say, I think that the mining, the refining sector for sure wants to do all of the necessary steps in the process. The point is more that there are inefficiencies in the process today which are taking far longer than we'd like to. So the ask that we've had in the Critical Raw Materials Act is to put deadlines on the process, to still do the environmental impact assessment, but prevent that that's carrying on for 5 or 10 years when it could be done in 24 months. So happy to see that's in the Critical Raw Materials Act, but challenge will be to implementing it in the member states. The question I had was on finance, actually, though, that Virginie, you mentioned the importance of EU-level financial tools to support the battery sector and others. Could I ask maybe what the key barriers you see are for delivering that at the member state level to the next mandate? And for the industry representatives, would you agree that the EU-level finance is going to be very important moving forwards?
That was, yeah, there's another one in front of you. I'll move this one onto this side if you don't mind. Thank you.
Now, I hope this will wake up. Now, unfortunately, I have to give you a state authoritative answer that's not on my desk, so I cannot really comment on that. But it is like that. It's the Ministry for Trade and Commerce which is involved in the discussion about state subsidies, and it is wise for me not to really comment on that on this podium. Sorry.
Yeah.
A small comment?
It's very small.
I feel like a bard in Asterix who tried to sing at the end of each story and gets reprimanded.
Yeah.
Yes,
no,
but
no.
You know, the Commission not only dreams to be the referee, but has opinions about everything. So I would like to comment. I would like to comment about what actually you proposed, the pooling of the state aid capacities of the member states into a single instrument. I'm afraid that will not be the right direction to go, because the strong member states will have a reservation to use the taxpayers' money, which they are turning into state aids, to turn it into a single pool. But we can think, of course, but this is no promise. It's just a discussion which is theoretical at this stage, although it is worth to continue exploring it. We can think about facilities which could be used by the European or loans given by the European Investment Bank. This is one tool. Or we can think about something like the recovery and resilience fund, but which is targeted for the development of industrial capacities, meaning the European Union borrowing for the financial market. But listen, it's just a theoretical discussion. I don't want this to turn into a speculation, but it is imaginable to think about such an instrument which would, let's say, equalize a little bit the capacities of the member states. There is an inequality between the firepower in terms of state aids between the member states, and we need to think about solutions.
Yeah, thank you. No, you can hold on to it. Yeah, you keep it. Perhaps we can go to Cloud. Oh, okay, sorry, that was a microphone switch.
Yeah, indeed, thanks for the question and the comments already. Indeed, I think the reaction of the industry about funding and support is, of course, yes, it is important that this is better organized. It was discussed this morning at length, either from the point of view of the facility of access, organization, and multiple steps and all of this stuff, or direct support. At least it was recognized that scaling up is something which is missing in Europe. Scaling up, which is not exactly the same as just subsidizing products, which is the US way. So that's something which, of course, we recognize important. Nevertheless, I would like to come back, of course, on what is already on the table. What is already on the table is these so-called non-market access conditions, not to take limitation, but access conditions. And that establish this level playing field. I recognize, of course, that this is potentially open the door to the Chinese competition if they have such a good energy supply. Despite, of course, the network is not so good, but they may invest locally to say, I am producing my own electricity and I have very low carbon footprint. That's okay if it can be verified. But then, that's a very good point, verification. But then we recognize that the normal property of a level playing field. If they play according to the rules and they compete, that's welcome. But the more concern we have now is that we worry more about the one which will not play according to the rules. That's why I was referring to the referee, saying there is a lot of, because of the new complexity, you recognize it. At the battery industry, we said, well, maybe there are too many on the table. Now it's on the table. It's the law. We have to deal with this, but we have to control all of this. And not just say, oh, please fulfill the files, complete the dossier, and then you get your import authorization. That's not how we see it working. It's you have to control that the import authorization are related to valid declaration, and this valid declaration has been audited by notified body that you have recognized, and not any notified body that say, oh, I certify this is a zero carbon footprint battery. No, that's not how we understand the batteries regulation. We understand it says the authority of the member state will have a list managed by the Commission, by the way, of notified bodies that are recognized as valid certificators. And that's how the rules should be applied, and that's what we say is already on the table. So our first concern is, in parallel to other aspects that to be developed about funding and supporting the industry, but at least use the rules we have now on the table in an efficient way. That would be about implementation.
Yeah, thank you. Ilke, one final word from you. We've got to move on to our next panel very shortly.
Yeah, I wanted to comment on this pooling of money. I think Kerstin already alluded to it. Even if we say there's a lot of money available in Europe, it's distributed in different parts. Some can be combined, some cannot. It's very hard to find. Even some of the member states don't even know that they have money to spend on the battery industry. So I think there is still a lot to be done to actually better channel the money that we have, but also pool it to support larger projects, because it is an enormous investment that is needed. So it's not going to 500 small projects that will get us nowhere, or at least not in the time needed, but also to fewer larger projects. I think if we always say we should not disturb the single market, and this is Europe's greatest asset, then we should really make use of it as well and get this message out to the member states. So here I completely agree. I think we all need to carry this message that we should not only think Sweden or Germany first, but really it's about the European industry that is at stake. So there's going the love message, work more together as Europeans.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ilke. Thank you so much to Claude and to Aurel and to Yanni as well. Okay, we're going to stand up. I'm going to hand over the floor to Patrick Demetz, who's going to moderate the next and final discussion. So, Patrick, please, there should be a... Yeah. Got it. I can't leave someone hanging. There should be the 3 microphones for the 3 of you here.
Welcome.
Hello, Q. Matthijs. Ja, waar moet ik zitten?
So for our last event, I would like to introduce our members of this last panel. So I'm really bad with Flemish or Dutch pronunciation, so I'll do my best. Matthijs van Meert, is this correct? Matthijs van Meert, yeah, I failed again.
It's a difficult sound in other languages.
Yeah, sorry about this. So you're the advisor on environment and climate to the Deputy Prime Minister and as well to the Minister of Mobility of Belgium, who is, same person, George Kilkinet. Gilkinet, well, second mistake. And Jan, we know you. Jan, you are part of Recharge. You're a member of Recharge, a long-time member of Recharge. So you're vice chair in charge of public affairs with Umicore. Jan Teetkat. Thank you very much. Okay, so I understand, Jan, that you wanted to discuss with Matthijs with regards to enforcement of these design rules, performance and sustainability rules that are spelled out, I believe, in chapter number 2 of the regulation. Quite a few rules that start with Article 6. I think they end with Article 11 or 13 or 14. There's quite a few of them. So you were concerned about how those rules would be enforced on European industry, and you were also concerned about how those rules would be enforced on non-European players that would sit outside of the EU.
I don't know all the numbers by heart, Patrick. You did your homework much better than I did. But indeed, the European battery industry themselves, in fact, we have insisted on quite a lot of those rules on sustainability. And indeed, we now have them in the battery regulation, so as such, we are fine with that. The question will indeed be, they're quite complicated. Are the member states capable, do they have the knowledge and the competencies to verify them? And not only for the batteries that are produced or imported in, arriving in their sites by European companies, but also batteries imported from outside Europe. So I know in Belgium it's maybe difficult to say if it is a competency for the federal government or is it something for the regional governments, but anyway, there should be a view on that. So that's in fact my question, Matthijs. There's another...
Yeah, indeed. Thank you. And you already point to it, Jan. I heard the representative of Finland explaining how it was a complicated issue to implement it with the different Finnish administrations. Well, if it's already complicated in a unitary state like Finland, then I don't need to explain you that in Belgium with our 6 or 7 governments, it's getting very, very complicated. And indeed, like it still has to be figured out what parts are the responsibilities of whom. But if I understand your question correctly, it's about a level playing field.
Yeah, it's all related. We have heard the word level playing field several times, and indeed, it's just a practical question. I don't know if people here in the room have read the formula for the calculation of the carbon footprints. If you would read that, then you will see how complicated it is. And so the question is indeed, do we need to develop competencies in 27 member states, maybe in regional governments as well? So we would end up with a few hundred of specialists wouldn't it be much more efficient to have a European board? And it has been suggested already, I don't know exactly by whom, that we would have indeed a kind of I would say the board or a competence center on the European level, so to make sure that the member states implement the rules on the same way. What do you think
well,
about
that's a very political question.
But that's why you're here.
Well, I'm not necessarily authorized to give like the... because also like here on my card it says Government of the Kingdom of Belgium, but I'm just an advisor of one of the members of the federal government, so I don't think I have the mandate to speak for the entire Belgian government, let alone the entire European Union. But I mean, it is definitely a relevant question. But maybe we can draw a parallel with the CBAM, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, which is a very important innovation, especially both for sustainability and for the level playing field. And there as well, the way we do it in Belgium is so there is the European legislation, we have to transpose it. And within the National Climate Council, we discuss between the federal government and the regions, okay, who is responsible for what, where are we going to put the responsibility, and then we just ensure to have the proper knowledge and expertise within the designated administration. And for that we work with cooperation agreements. We have a lot of them here in Belgium to make sure that the process is as streamlined as possible and is there to support the businesses, which is the goal, to make sure that you can move further on this transition on the recycling of batteries, something that you as Umicore are doing a lot, and our minister even visited you a few months ago. So yeah, that's the approach we will take within the Belgian government.
To continue on the CBAM, so the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, so it will now be introduced for a few quite easy product families. So the question that I immediately have is the way how the carbon footprint of imported easy products is calculated. That's one way. If you then look at the way how it's calculated for the batteries, which is a much more complicated material, I do not see yet if there is if the rules are the same. The set of rules have been developed quite independently from each other. Would you expect there a kind of conflict of the way how carbon footprints are calculated in fact?
Let me see if I understand your question correctly. So with CBAM, you are referring in general to the formula for everything we import outside of the Union, and now you are comparing it to the specific carbon footprint.
Because we will import also, because that's in fact the origin of the question, of course. If we import batteries from outside Europe, they also have to make their carbon declaration, the carbon footprint declaration. It has to be calculated according to the rules set by the JLC in the delegated acts. But that formula, does it look alike with the carbon border adjustment formula? I think that there might be quite a divergence between the two approaches, and that will create indeed uncertainties with importers and businesses.
Jan, it's a good question, but I think it's a bit unfair to ask this very technical, detailed question to our invitee here, unless you know the fine prints. But this is super pointed of a question. So,
well, I don't know the articles as well as you obviously do. But I mean, like, I think it's a bit similar to the question that was addressed to the representative of the Commission here. It is, I mean, it is important because, again, like the objective is to stimulate our own industry moving towards a sustainable production, and to make sure that it happens fairly, and also to use the European market power to force other countries to also work on sustainability. So if in the technical aspects there is a risk of that objective not being met, then indeed it's something important to take with us within the delegated acts. And as the representative of the Commission said, they are taking these kinds of issues into account. So I think that it's obviously very important that Recharge does its work as a industry association to put those concerns on the table.
Will do.
On a different track, so you know I come from France. Belgium is neighboring country on the north of France, for those who don't know European geography. You're never so sure.
I thought you would say a department of France.
So you have France, you have Belgium, and then you have Finland. This is pretty much the map. Yeah, there are the other countries. Yeah. I was wondering, is the government of Belgium looking at implementing some form of either national legislation or support scheme or any sort of program that would, in a way, give an edge to manufacturers of batteries or of equipment that use batteries that would move ahead of the regulation, that would implement some of the regulation targets faster or at a higher rate. You have recycled content of this metal is 15% by 2028. I don't know the numbers by heart again. So maybe some companies would say, yeah, we'll reach that earlier, or at that time horizon will be double this number. Some companies may choose that as a differentiating strategy. Would the Belgian government be looking into those sorts of advanced players and give them maybe some sort of an edge in public procurement of maybe local trains or buses or typically stuff that are within the remit of national or regional governments?
Yeah, so it's quite a broad question with quite some options. So yeah, a lot of these possibilities are going to be a regional competence in Belgium. So to specifically for the battery regulation, are we saying with the federal government, okay, this is what's coming, let's do this or this faster? Not necessarily. Right now that's not on the table. There's not right now I don't see a political agreement within our coalition to already start doing that. However, that doesn't mean that we aren't already taking other initiatives to look into towards stimulating sustainable industry and production in general, and also batteries specifically. To give one example, with the money from the post-COVID recovery fund, the Minister of Climate and the Minister of Economy together, the federal ministers to be clear, they launched Build Belgium Back Circular. This is a program to stimulate the circular economy in general within Belgium, and they work with project calls for specific categories. And in the first call, there was one category that was about bikes, and those categories were then divided in several different aspects or options, and one of them was specifically about circular design for the batteries of electric bikes, or other ways of stimulating the reuse or recycling of those. So that is one way in which we as a federal government stimulate one part of the industry. Another example, also related to e-bikes in this case, is that we advance with a repair score, which has been decided by the Belgian government for certain categories. One of them will also be, again, on bikes. And in this repair score, the objective is to give clarity information on the bikes, but also on the battery, on how easily it can be repaired, how easily certain parts can be recycled as well. And this information can help towards creating transparency, creating a level playing field as well, to make sure that consumers will more quickly choose for those bikes that are easily recyclable.
Which draws me to an additional question. I made a little mistake when I described the European map between Belgium and Finland. There is another country which I forgot about, which is the Netherlands. And of course, we French, when we think about the Dutch and the Netherlands, we think about people riding their bikes. Germany is on the side, yeah. So riding their bikes all day long to school, for shopping, to visit friends, it seems that maybe Belgium doesn't have the same image. Is this seen from France, of course, at least? Is it because it hasn't achieved the same level of, I would call this light mobility? I don't know if that's exactly the right term, or is it because it hasn't already achieved similar levels, but maybe it's not as well known, or is there a federal effort to push more towards those kind of soft mobilities? Can you share your views about this?
Okay, again, a multi-layered question. You're asking very good questions. One of the first things, well, I think there is a perception issue. Are we where the Netherlands or Denmark are? That's also in between Netherlands and Finland still.
Really? Where's Denmark?
But I think we might be the third country within Europe when it comes to biking. I don't know the official statistics, but for example, in the Copenhagen Index, my hometown Antwerp is also scoring quite well every single year. And in Brussels, we have seen in the past 4 years a huge catch-up, because like biking in Brussels 5 years ago was hell. Now it's doable. And if the change continues at this pace, then in 5 years, hopefully it will be a paradise. And even in front of my office now, it used to be like a road with 3 car lanes, I think. Now there are biking lanes on both sides. It's getting way more comfortable. So I definitely think we are ahead of France, even though Paris is, I've studied in Paris, I went again this year to visit. I've seen a huge change there as well. I remember being, well, slowed down as a biker going to university because cars were in traffic jams and I had to navigate through them. Now I'm slowed down because there's actually a cycling lane and there are so many people on a bike who go slower than I do. So it's different, but this is better, at least it's healthier.
I would like to come back on that repairability, or how did you call it, index. I think it's indeed an important motivator for consumers, because if you look at the sustainability criteria in the batteries regulation today, it's in fact not incentivizing consumers. It's not like the ABC categories for fridges that has an immediate impact on the consumer, the bill of their energy consumption. So that is an intrinsic motivator to buy an A-class fridge instead of an F or an G-class. For the battery, if you say, well, the carbon footprint of my battery is an A-class or a B-class, well, okay, that's a given, but it does not give you a financial incentive in the sense that you will consume less electricity. The same for due diligence. Well, yeah, okay, then you know that your battery has undergone due diligence as it has to be, and that there's no child labor in it. Fine, but that does not give you an incentive, in fact. Whereas, indeed, if you have an indication on how repairable or how replaceable or whatever your batteries are, that could be indeed an incentive for consumers to buy for the better option. No?
Yeah, and it's an interesting point, absolutely. And definitely the first step is always getting the information, knowing how it is, like due diligence-wise, for example, what the impact is. And then you can indeed look at possible incentives. And in the long run, what you want is to mainstream the best-in-class technologies. There are different ways of doing that, and maybe to touch upon procurement, because you also mentioned it earlier, and it's a very concrete way in which the government can take action. It's definitely something to look into. When the government is getting its own electric cars, how can which criteria can we set, or where should we put the criteria looking at the sustainability of the batteries in those cars? Right now, the federal government is looking into, it's actually starting to integrate sustainability criteria for its procurement of ICT material. So not yet batteries, but this is a first step. And it's like the Ministry of Climate and Environment definitely wants to continue with other product categories as well. So at some point, batteries can also come up.
I'd like to ask one last question. We're now a little bit exceeding our time slot, so if it's okay with you, it will be the last question. Back to geography. South of France is Spain. Yeah, I think it's Spain, yeah.
The presidency.
Exactly. So Spain currently holds the presidency. If I'm not mistaken, after Spain, it will be Belgium. So starting January next year to 2024. Are there some parts of the legislation, secondary legislation, that addresses our sector, or maybe other elements of primary legislation beyond the batteries regulation that would have an impact on our sector that you have identified as being part of your work plan or program? I don't know exactly how you call this for the upcoming 6 months. Do you have anything you want to share with us?
Yes, and this month we are finalizing for the different filières our presidency priorities. And so within Compet, there is like, one of the priorities will be continuing the work on the Critical Raw Materials Act and the Net Zero Industry Act, which both are interesting for your sector as well, I think. And then beyond that, we already talked about the level playing field. One priority we're also putting forward, I heard it before as well, is skills, both for like engineers, but also more workers, factory workers who need to be reskilled, who need to be able to work in a more circular production system. I also heard the example of changing or like repairing a bike versus repairing the battery of a bike. That's also very important in upskilling and reskilling. And a third one is about the circular economy in general. That's something we also want to advance on, and that we want to prepare for the next commission some ideas or paths to think on. I think a lot of things were also mentioned here, so maybe given the time to limit it to one. Something we also want to look into is material footprint. Because if we want to reduce our dependency on foreign countries, if we want to de-risk, but also out of environmental concerns, and if we want to put the focus on the scarce materials where it's needed most, then we also will need a lot of innovation to see which kind of batteries, for example, use less lithium or less of some other materials. What are new technologies to approach the goal of storing energy with less material use? And I think that stimulating the innovation there, if in Europe we can more and more become a front runner in innovation there, it's definitely something that will also boost our competitivity.
All right, so quite a work program. Well, thank you very much for sharing your views on our industry and the program that you have. We wish you a good 6 months, which will be rather busy, I understand. And thank you again for spending a few hours with us this afternoon. Now, this is the end of our day. Well, not quite the end of our day. Actually, the last session is downstairs, I believe. Upstairs. Oh, we are downstairs. So yeah, I got the map the wrong way around. Sorry. Yeah. So towards Finland. Yeah, up this way.
Final ending speech by Jan as well.
All right.
Excellent. So thank you very much. A big round of applause.
So I'm supposed to stand here? That's correct?
Yep, perfect.
Okay, thank you. It's not possible to make a real wrap-up of this whole day. I will not do that. But maybe on an anniversary, it's good to look back a few years, and Patrick this morning did it already. But I think it's important, certainly for young people here, to know the history of how the battery regulation is like it is today. I think that the European battery industry is the sector, or the only sector in the world, that has insisted so much on a strong, strict regulatory framework. Most sectors, they ask for less rules, but we have insisted on strict rules. And why did we do that? Then you have indeed to go back about 10 years ago. Then it was not obvious that the decarbonization of mobility, that it would be with battery electric vehicles. There were other options like e-fuels and hydrogen cars, and batteries was an option. And as an industry, we said to the Commission, well, it will be the best option, and you have to promote the European battery industry, because if we want to have the decarbonization of mobility with electric vehicles, we need to have European batteries, because if we have to import the batteries, by the way, at that time we did not think about importing of electric vehicles. We thought it would be import of batteries. But in the meantime, we know that it is the risk of importing the full car. But at that time we said, okay, if we want to avoid that the whole industry would collapse and that we would not have cars at all, we need to develop a European battery industry, and not just a battery cells, etc., but the whole value chain, that we develop the whole value chain. And then, of course, if you promote yourself as the solution for the decarbonization, then the other options, they come and they try to fight and to say what is so wrong with your options. And then I remember there was, for instance, the classical arguments were, for instance, yeah, but you're replacing your tailpipe emissions with embedded CO2 emissions. And then we said, we are transparent. We are ready to declare our footprint, our carbon footprint, and we are even ready to have a cap on it. Write down. And so they did. And another remark was, yeah, but all these raw materials, instead of having an OPEC, so oil-producing dependency, we will create a dependency on countries like DRC or Chile for the raw materials. And then we said, okay, we will do it with reduced resources, in the sense that we will stimulate the circular economy, that we will reuse and remanufacture the batteries in a way that we are less dependent. And in the meantime, we also said, or others, we as Umicore did not say, but we can also develop the European mining industry, for instance, for the lithium. And then another remark was, but the responsible sourcing, it's coming from indeed with child labor, etc. And then we said, okay, we will do much better than the current oil and gas industry. We are ready to have responsible sourcing criteria, and so write down due diligence, etc. So in fact, we were at the basis of quite a strict regulatory framework, and now, and it has been discussed already several times today, we will deliver, we will do it. But we also request the authorities to make sure that everyone, and then the famous level playing fields comes in again. So we have to make sure that the batteries that we import, either as a battery or as battery materials or as complete cars, that they also comply. And as we discussed just a minute ago, the knowledge, the competence to do this kind of checks, I fear that we have a weak point here. So that we really have to call to the authorities and European level also to develop knowledge and competencies to enforce these laws. And so this is in fact my short remarks here, that we will deliver, maybe not at the pace as Ilka said, that we are not delivering as fast as we should do, but as the Director General Aurel said, we are on the path, so we are going to do it. We have to look at on the long term, and we will deliver. And now we also rely on the authorities to do their part. I just also referred to the equivalent conditions. That's also a topic that we touched. The equivalent conditions, that's for if we would export batteries to recycle outside Europe, that they have to be done on the same level that we do today. That we do not do the same mistakes as we are still doing with electronic waste. If you just Google electronic waste in Africa, then you see pictures that you don't want to see with batteries. Not at all, even not for but certainly not for batteries. So this kind of enforcement, this kind of, okay, delivering, yes, we will do, but we also request the authorities to do their part of the job in the enforcement. And with this remark, I would like to conclude the event. And then I think that there is something to do upstairs. Not downstairs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jan. Just to wrap up by saying a huge thank you to Kinga, Vasella, Isabel, and their whole team that have put this event together. They've worked really, really hard. And to the tech staff, yeah, big clap for them. Yeah. Thank you to the tech staff and everyone here at TownHall Europe who's hosted us. And yeah. Thanks for having me to host the event. It's been wonderful. There's a quick drink or a coffee upstairs to celebrate the 25 years. Wonderful.